Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, depending where you are. Welcome to this event in the pavilion IDFC. We are going to talk about how to boost the energy, the global energy transition. Of course, it's a very important issue and very important topic. And the idea is to take the stock of what happened during the COP28 and 29. What are the ambitions for a global transition and how we can do that bigger, faster, and also maybe differently to be more efficient. And for that, so maybe before to start, we can make a very short presentation of what is IDFC and what is the facility of IDFC. So IDFC is the club of 27 banks. Development banks. This is very important to be a development bank. So we have about 7 banks in Latin America, 8 in Europe, 6 in Africa, 5 in Asia. And the IDFC facility is the institution with part of the IDFC helping the members to do more and better on climate finance and biodiversity. And energy, of course, is one of them. And we have here a panel of different institutions, mainly from IDFC, but not only. And we have the pleasure to receive today Michel Dickman, Director of the Sector Policy Energy from KfW. Good morning, Michel. We have also Sumit Sharma, from Vice President of Equity and Investor Relations at Avada Group. So we have all the representative of the private sector and those who are doing the business on the field, in fact, using our money for that. We have also Marta Castillo, Senior Executive for Climate Action Development at the Bank Latin American for Caribbean, which is CAP. And we have also, the last but not the least, Olympus Montata, Head of Climate Finance at the Development of Southern Africa. So the idea of this day of this event is to look at what we have done and what we will do to easier the transition. So maybe we can start. Maybe we can ask you to put yourself here on the stage. It's an imaginary stage, but we can imagine that we have something there. And maybe to start, we can ask you a short keynote by yourself about what your institution is doing. So you know that there are this decision taken at the last COP in COP28. And where does your institution need to adapt in view of the COP pledges? And what are the gaps and challenges in your institution to fulfill the COP pledges? And what are the pivots for the improvement? So we can start from Marta, and we go here. Please, Marta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mustafa, and everybody. Good morning to everybody. Right now, as CAF, we are working in a really ambitious target in order to have the 40% of all the total approvals as a green finance in 2026. So that's part of that we are trying to move in the region. That means that we are working a lot, not only with the countries and our country members and with the different sectors, but also inside CAF in order to comply with this target in the short time. I mean, we are following this target every month very closely. And in fact, there was an announcement yesterday that for this year we are in the target of the 35. So I think in terms of that we are trying to move all the institutions in order to comply with this green finance, but also the capacities and the skills inside in order to move all the teams to get this goal.
Thank you very much, Marta. Michel, what is the ambition and the I would say the ambition of KfW? Do you have also a target in your strategy of in the sector of energy?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Before coming to KfW and our work and our targets, I'd like to just quickly recap where we are standing currently. And following the latest IEA report, we are taking course towards 2.4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. And the report identifies a number of challenges, 3 of which I would like to mention. The first one being insufficient RE capacity. So there is a significant gap between the currently installed renewable energy capacity and the envisioned 11,000 gigawatt, which were defined as a goal at COP28. Another challenge is the slow RE capacity growth, which currently is only at around 470 gigawatt, and the goal that was set is actually at 1,000. And the third challenge being the slow progress of energy efficiency, where the report indicates that we're lagging behind with only 2% improvement that we've reached. And actually in 2023, there was no movement towards the goal. So this year at the COP, we are hoping that there will be concrete steps towards a collective goal of deploying 1,500 gigawatt of energy storage. So we hope that this will come through. And there's also a goal of refurbishing 25 million kilometers of grids globally. So we feel that these 2 goals, which will hopefully be reached, where agreement will be reached, that can take us forward. But there are other elements that are key and need to be fulfilled in order to reach these goals. This is a combination of robust investments, very important supportive policies. We need technological innovation, and we also need infrastructure development, and key is public engagement of our partners. So what is needed in particular? We have some concrete elements that we see as key. So we need the enhancement of the private sector. So it's great that we have a private sector representative here with us today. We need loans with longer maturities. We need funds that are provided for venture capital. And we also need elements that allow us to reduce risks in the necessary investments. Then, of course, overall, we need ambitious sector policies that guide the way. We need adequate tariffs. We need market integration activities. And in our view, also very important is carbon pricing and improving the carbon markets in order to facilitate and support this process. Now, what can KfW do? How can we contribute? I think what's very special about KfW is the way that we are structured. So we have under one roof, we have sort of the public financing arm, which is us as KfW Development Bank. We have the DEG, which is focusing on the private sector. And we have our commercial operations via the KfW IPEX Bank. And all of us together have a long track record of actually financing both public and private investments in the energy sector. And currently we're active in approximately 30 countries worldwide. Total commitment, just to give you an idea, amounting to approximately 11.4 billion euros between 2019 and 2023. So in order to foster the participation of the private sector, which we see is key, we have a number of investment funds that we are active in. Let me just give you an example of 2 of them. We have the FEI, the Facility for Energy Inclusion. That is a fund that focuses on small and medium-sized enterprises in the area of renewable energy and small corporate plants. and it has a fund volume of approximately 200 million euros. Another example is the Climate Finance Partnership, which mobilizes private capital for climate financing in emerging markets, and the impact amounts to around 200 million euros of private capital mobilized. So there are other elements that we are supporting and that we feel key in taking the development in the partner countries forward. One of them is also the Just Energy Transition JETP. I don't know if you are familiar with this. That is a partnership with South Africa, Vietnam, and with Senegal. And this JETP partnership allows us to support the countries in accelerating their transformation towards climate neutrality and climate resilience. So from our point of view, this instrument and these partnerships are actually an opportunity to take this the topic forward and to support in the partner countries in actually reaching the goals that they have set. And then most importantly, and I think that's important also in the context of us sitting here together, we feel that partnerships with other financial institutions, but not only financial institutions, is also key in taking this issue forward, in working together, in sort of maximizing the synergies that we can reach. And one example, aside from the cooperation that we have with the institutions within IDFC, is also the World Bank, where we signed a cooperation agreement just recently at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, where the goal is to look more concretely and broaden our cooperation possibilities in the partner countries. So we feel that that is also a mode which can help us in really accelerating this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Maybe you can go to Olympus, because since you mentioned the JETP, and I know that you are involved in that in South Africa, and we provide you some assistance. We have a partnership on that also with the facility. Maybe you can say a few words about that, and we can finish with Summit to ask him if these institutions are doing enough for helping him in the field, in fact.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, and thanks for the invitation. I just wanted to start here, especially with regard to, I guess, our challenges from an energy point of view. I think on the one hand, you want to see from a SA perspective increased or enhanced political commitment, where you have, I guess, more consistent messaging coming through. And I think that would assist in the efforts to ensure that there is increased financing that would back up increased ambition from an NDC point of view. But with that, you want to make sure that it is done in a way that does not exacerbate indebtedness. That's always a concern. You also want to ensure that you support what I would call a responsible transition, especially with our situation where we have got a great need of transitioning with speed, while at the same time facing challenges in terms of energy challenges. So, what is the responsible way of dealing with both transition while also dealing with the present challenges? And I think to do it properly, you also cannot ignore the need around transition financing. But obviously that has to be backed by credible, transition plans. But I think in our case, you can't talk of all these things without, the big challenge around really building the transmission grid. Because as much as, we've been talking about building generation capacity, the question becomes how do you then evacuate that power? And you might know that we've got a challenge of building 14,200 kilometers of grid in the next 10 years. I think the figures that I estimate is around 210 billion rands. So then the question becomes, what is our role from a DBSA point of view in making sure that we respond to that and we help in addressing that? And I think from our side, what we see as important is really learning from what you've done before. If you look back and say, what was the role played by the DBSA in the REAP program, you can clearly see that the seeding of the Independent Power Producer Office was quite key in coordinating a response. So our thinking has been to say, we know that a programmatic approach is quite key if you'd want to coordinate a response that happens in an expedited manner. So we have been looking at a programmatic approach in partnership with various players in South Africa, including your Department of Energy, the utility ESCOM, and various other players. And we think that is quite key. It also emphasizes just the importance around targeted TA, not the type of TA that just continually supports studies, but very targeted. And of course, the importance of increased project preparation cannot be overemphasized, and we are continuing to look at that. But the other thing is really also just reviewing, financing models that we have used before, but that needs a bit of refining. For example, your triple P models that we know works, but have not been as efficient as we'd like. So there's a lot of work around that in fine-tuning that. So I think that is an important thing. But of course, as we do that, we cannot forget the elements around the just transition that I think has already been mentioned, especially if you want to build goodwill among communities from an implementation point of view. That is important. And alongside that, obviously, is accelerating regulatory reform. The DBSA has put in place, in partnership with the GCF, an embedded generation financing program that supports both private and public. But on the public side, it's always been a challenge, and I guess continuous reform in that regard to accelerate that becomes quite key. And lastly, what I want to mention, Mustafa, is partnerships between DFIs and MDBs remains quite critical. And I think probably the IDFC is a very good example of that and what you can achieve through that. And that remains important. But also partnership between DFIs and government. DFIs like ourselves always have an opportunity of potentially influencing direction in terms of regulatory reform. But then there's also, as we mentioned on the just transition side, partnership between DFIs and social partners. That is key. And lastly, partnership between DFIs and private sector. The ability to use your limited public resources to leverage significant public sector investment. So I think from our side, that's really the approach that we have been taking from a DBSA point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olympus. For you, Samir, I mean, what we know is that the capacity installed on renewable energy in last year is 6 times more than what we have 10 years ago. And we can also give another figure, is that last year China invested in renewable energy more than all the world in 2015. So we have really experienced a very high pace of installation. So you should be happy in your business. Or what are the bottlenecks that you are still facing? And do you think that our institutions are doing enough for you, for private sector, to help you and to provide the funds and the support that you need to to meet our challenges? Are you able to meet our ambition that we talk here about?
So good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us on this panel. So raise our voice from the private sector perspective. We have seen, heard the views of Michelle and Martha, and from gentlemen here as well, Mustafa. And I'm glad to see that there is a commitment of providing finance, and the challenges are also known. So just for the benefit of the audience and everyone around, I'll just give a brief background about Avada Group. We are started in operations in India. So we have been in this renewable energy space for more than 15 years now. And when we started the mission with which our promoter, Mr. Vineet Mittal, started this business was to enlighten, empower, and envision. And energize. So that was the core. And the core was not just to make an impact economically, but socially as well, by involving the communities that we operate in, taking all those stakeholders together. And that in the long term is the key to success. It is just not about making the infrastructure and the assets. It's also about taking the community along with that, because they are the key stakeholders, not just as a consumer, but also they are the one who goes impacted when this kind of land use change and other kind of development that happens to create that infra. As on date, we have received support from all the DFIs. I can see AFD. We had investment in the past from Proparco, which is an arm of AFD. KFW, we have equity investment from DEG twice in our platform. And indirectly also they have lended through KFW, they have lended to financial institutions in India, which have given financing at a very good rate to make our project viable. As on date, because of the effort of all the infrastructure and the financing institution, we have more than 5 gigawatt of operational solar projects in India. We have secured more than 18 gigawatt of solar, wind, hybrid, and battery energy storage projects, which are to get commissioned in next 3 years. So that is an ambitious target from what we have achieved over the last 6-7 years and what we are targeting to achieve going forward. And that resonates well with what has happened in the industry, where we have seen a terawatt of solar energy being built out over more than 60 years. And in just 2 years, that number got doubled. So the commitment and the pace with which all the stakeholders from the private sector, as well as the financiers, they have shown their commitment to reach that target. But the target that we have set to reach 1.5 degree goal and tripling of renewable energy, doubling of energy efficiencies, there's a lot more to be done. And we are, in terms of, I would say, if you want the 3 key take points on how to make that happen, how to make that act fast, is that we have been talking about the carbon credits. We have been talking about the carbon finance. There has to be more progress on that. There has been voluntary carbon credits in the past, which has become a kind of a financing framework to bridge the gap to make the project viable. But of late, there have been credibility concern, and UNFCCC has taken a lead in ensuring to bring around methodologies and framework to provide credibilities to those kind of credits. And I think there are some more development on those would help the renewable energy and the clean energy projects going forward. The second aspect is on the transmission challenges that we seek. So policy intervention is required when, as Sir also pointed out, that we are talking about building generation capacity, but to generation, to put into a perspective, if India has set a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030, as on date we are 200. So in the next 6 years, we have to build 300 gigawatt of generation capacity of renewable energy. And what essentially is happening, there are, even though in India you have more than 330 days of sunny days, but there are certain regions where the solar radiation or the solar wind resource are very high. And the energy banking or the grid across India is integrated. So it's a one grid. You can produce in one region and you can consume in the other region far off, more north to south. It's all connected. And what is that leading to is creation of large of the capacity in the northern India, where the solar and wind resources are higher, and the consumption units or consumption is more on the western or the southern, which are more industrialized. And there has been a joint study done by Ministry of Power and the power evacuation agencies. And they have come out with a detailed long-term plan to put out the transmission infrastructure along with the generation capacity. And they are helping build that, and they give a long-term trajectory that these are the regions where we are going to put up large capacities for evacuation, and developers can accordingly plan. And that has really helped from the policy perspective. That's the last point that I want to harp upon. Is that from the policy perspective, if you have a clear trajectory and the clear path that you see that these are the areas that the government and the other stakeholders are going to put up more infrastructure, then it is easier for the private stakeholders to plan their business out, for the financier to take a call on those businesses and make the entire system viable, and making all that along taking the communities along with that, because for putting up large-scale projects, you have to have large land and evacuation. And land, there would be certain impacts on the communities around. You have to take them along, not just the areas where you're putting up a project, but create a positive infrastructure, by contributing to their education, to empowering them with vocational trainings, having them as a stakeholder in your project during construction and operation phase. Those are the crucial elements, I would say, are must for a success in long term.
Thank you very much, Samit. I thank you very interesting to know that. I understand that there are, two kind of, I would say, obstacles. One is financial. I understand that we need to double per year what we have done in the past. But it's not enough, because we understand also that there are some practical bottlenecks. For example, I read that in the world we have, outside China, we have only about 20 boats that could be able to install wind farm, offshore wind farm. And they are all booked for the next year. But we are all looking at the 2030 year. So how we can, in the private sector perspective, but also on the financial perspective, we can be assured that we can reach the goals that we have before us on 2030. How we can accelerate the things even, better to ensure that we meet this. You think that is achievable, this 2030 goal?
May I go?
Yeah, please start.
Yeah.
Since you have the micro.
Okay. So in India, if you see what they have said as a policy, that it's not just about the infrastructure asset that we need to create. We need to build the supply chain resilience. We have to have manufacturing within India so that we have good control over the supply chain. And at the same time, we have to bring our capabilities up to a scale that we can achieve the ambition that we have set for ourselves. So in terms of that, if you see offshore wind, there have been studies going on. It's not, there are large-scale installations in India. I am not sure if there is any installation as on date, but there has been plans to have offshore wind. But India, given the large availability of the land where we can put up solar projects, and onshore wind also gives a good kind of complement the solar generation profile to have round-the-clock solutions or have a higher utilization of the infrastructure grid. The emphasis has always been on the development of solar projects and wind. Under Make in India initiative, the government has come out with a large-scale capacity deployment for manufacturing of solar panels, integrated backwards to cells, wafer, and solar ingots. And as a WADA group, we have also participated in those tenders. I'm pleased to tell you that we have operationalized our solar panel manufacturing just 3 months back. We are looking at, that's only 1.5 gigawatt operational capacity as on date, but we are looking at ramping that up to 5 gigawatt by June next year and 10 gigawatt by December next year. So, and that is taking care of large requirement of our capacity installation, not just for our company, but also our stakeholders who are our shareholders. Like we have PTT Group of Thailand as one of the shareholders. Brookfield, through their Global Transition Fund, have also invested in our group. And we have also other stakeholders across Europe and US who are also, we are engaging with them to help them overcome the supply chain or China plus one strategy, or you can call it friendshoring. That way, helping and collaborating with other stakeholders across private sectors is really helping things out, because you need scale if you need to reach the cost level that you need to compete with China. And to make that happen, you have to have collaboration among all the stakeholders, financial as well as non-financial. And that is the way if we want to reach the ambition, aspiration that we have.
Maybe just one compliment about India, because interesting case, because you have a lot of PDBs and lots of public development banks. What is the role the banks and the specialized one like IREDA or Power Finance Corporation are playing in supporting you in this market?
So IREDA and REC and Power Finance Corporation, these are the specialized institutions focused on the power sector. So they have been the huge, if you see the exposure to the power sector in terms of generation, transmission and distribution, they would be the largest one. And they understand the cash flow profile and the requirement of the infrastructure very well compared to the commercial banks who may not have the asset liability mismatch constraint that they have. They cannot lend too long for 20 or 22 years, which IREDA, PFC, REC have specialized product. And even if a small developer who goes to set up a first project for itself does not have to look for more, I would say, a balance sheet support, or rather have a discussion with the institutions because they already have a product ready for them. So you just have to get a bankable project which they can sign off on that, and then they are ready to take exposure. They are not looking at you have to have a big balance sheet to back the project. They are more looking at the project economics and non-recourse funding, and that has really helped driving the growth in the sector.
Thank you very much, Sumit. Maybe Olympus, you want to say a few words about that? How we can reach the target of 2030? Are you on track?
I'm not sure I'm that optimistic, Mustafa. I think you've mentioned a very important point around just the sheer challenges around, from a logistics point of view, how do you do this? So I think looking specifically at our environment in South Africa, I think that is going to be quite a challenge. But nevertheless, I think you keep on giving it a go. The thing that I just wanted to highlight again, beyond just building a transmission infrastructure, is really you're looking at a more sophisticated grid that would allow you to accommodate the demand around the liberalization of the market. It's not just that, it's also the technologies that you need to deploy to be able to have a fit-for-purpose grid. And I think that is quite key. But the thing that I really wanted to emphasize on our side is that the linkage between what we do with the industrial policy of the country, because I'm sure you'd know in South Africa there would be a lot of emphasis around localization. So, as much as you have these big challenges coming up, there will be an expectation of how you do that, integrating, the growth of the economy. And the linkages with the industrial policy, I think, is quite key. And that would mean understanding the demand that is coming up and how you respond to that demand and what you need to put in place to respond to that. And I think there's a lot of work that is currently happening in the country, especially with Department of Industry, to ensure that we respond to that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Michel, do you want to say a few words about that?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to complement what the colleagues have said and underline the importance of the collaboration that you were mentioning, not only amongst the actors of the financing institutions and the private sector, but also within the countries to bring all the stakeholders to the table and to define a way forward that can actually lead to reaching the goals. One element that I would like to highlight are the NDCs. That we're now going into the next generation, because the NDCs for us are often the basis of the discussion with the partner countries, the basis of our sector dialogue, and also the basis of defining what our support will look like. So we feel that working on the NDCs and supporting the partner countries in defining the NDCs in a way that they are actually sort of a map of the necessary investments, where then the financial institutions can come in and concretely focus where they can come in with their support. That is a crucial element in sort of effectively reaching the targets that the partner countries have defined for themselves.
Thank you, Michel. Marta?
Thank you, Mustafa. I think if we are on the road to achieve the target, It depends in terms of the Latin American region. I mean, the situation of each country is different, the goals are different, and the challenges are different in each country. So I think, as Michelle mentioned, one of the key issues is to support the country, but not only the countries, but support the process of the definition of the NDCs. But right now we are facing an NDC with new information, with new technologies, and it's important that the countries really understand how to find the path to achieve the goals. The second one, it's the collaboration between these different institutions in terms of it's quite important, but also the collaboration at the local level, and not only with the financial sector, but of course the private sector and all the environmental and social entities that allows, I mean, the different regulations and things in order to promote the investment. So I think it's quite different in each country, and I think each country needs a specific strategy in order to achieve all the goals that they are trying to face in terms of the new indices.
May I ask a question, since we're sitting here
Yes,
so
please,
closely
welcome.
with the representative of the private sector? I would like to ask you concretely, what can we do better as DFIs? Do you have something that you can give us along the way?
Thank you. I think DFIs have played a very good role. What the development capital helps is take a company from a starting scale to reach to a scale where the private investors can also come in and support the growth. And the development capital by the nature should support the impact and development. From that perspective, I would say you are doing a good job. What we need is more because you have experience of working across many countries and jurisdiction. What would be really helpful is to have a guidance to the financial institutions who are working in a specific region like India, coordination and collaboration with them to advise them that these are the different products that have worked in the different jurisdiction, and you can also explore, innovate for the financial institutions, and as well as giving certain inputs to the governments to draft their commitments, clearly defining the pathways and trajectories that would help the financial institution, the DFIs, take a clear view of where the countries is going in terms of their NDC's commitment and actual progress. So clearly defining the policy roadmap is critical to understand the trajectory that the country is taking. So I think those are the two main focus area, I would say. Otherwise, DFIs are providing funding, so that is the key that you're already playing a very good role.
Yeah, maybe we can just for the last point we can address before a round of questions from the audience is about the collaboration with other kind of institutions. For example, they are providing capital, which could be also important because you provide more loans, and there is a need for capital because these investments are very highly capitalistic. And how do you work with this other institution as development bank?
Yeah, thanks, Mustafa. I wanted to go on the other scale where just at the early stage, we talk about the importance of project preparation. But I wanted to talk about the gap that exists before entry into project preparation, and just some examples of how we have had to deal with that. I mentioned earlier that we put in place a program around embedded generation with support from the GCF. What we experience, especially on the public side, more specifically municipalities, we found that projects that are potential for support are sitting a lot earlier than what we would support even with our own project preparation facilities. So typically we would expect that projects are at least at pre-feasibility for us to consider for project preparation. And you'd find that they are a lot earlier. And therefore, we found that there is an importance of increased partnerships with institutions that would play at that early stage. Just to give an example, we worked alongside UK Pact with a number of municipalities where they started supporting the municipalities to ensure that they can bring them along, transition them from concept stage to pre-feasibility. Then they could start entering, project preparation stage with the DBSA, and then transition to, to bankability. And that is quite key. But what was important was that the collaboration involved a clear understanding at the start of that process of the requirements that we would have for the projects when they get to project preparation stage. So basically we had our project preparation team working alongside the team that was working with municipalities to make sure that the outcome or the product is ready for that support. And I think it's quite key to look at the funding, if you like, funding value chain, and see how you talk to the different stages so that the follow-on funding doesn't become too complicated or complex. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody else want to take this question?
I think I would like to highlight two elements regarding this question. The first one we've actually discussed is cooperating more closely between development finance institutions, bringing together synergies, and with that sort of getting our support in a very effective and efficient, on a very effective and efficient path. But what I think is also an important role, and that's what you were mentioning, is sort of paving the way for private sector to get involved. So we feel that we as KfW Development Bank can play an important role by supporting the partners in in reducing the complexity of the projects, by supporting the partners in building the necessary know-how to plan and to implement the projects, and also by providing long-term financing, which can then sort of give the private sector the confidence to make an investment. And an important element that we also see here is the regulatory framework, which is very important, where we can come in with policy-based loans and support the development and sort of assisting the partner in setting up a framework which is secure and gives enough sort of safety for private sector to invest its funds.
Just a minor comment regarding what you are mentioned. In terms of the policy-based loans that we are working in the region, those are really useful instruments in order to generate a driver in the countries to unblock the future of the investments. So it's really important for the country just to create the capacity buildings in the ministries, in the public sector, and among others. But I mean, those are really important instruments in order to facilitate the framework, the general framework, in order to promote all the projects in the different sectors. But beyond that, I think that there's another really important point that's important to facilitate. I mean, to face the risk that we are looking in the region. I mean, there are different risks, and especially, I mean, the transition in the different countries. So usually we are working in a project in the pre-feasibility studies in the previous state, and then there is a change, and all the work goes back. So that's a really important risk that we are facing all the time. So we are spending many years trying to prepare a portfolio and a pipeline of projects, and where you are ready to the bankability moment, everything is going to change. So that's a really important risk that we are facing all the time, and it's important in order to continue the really transformation of the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. It's important to sustain the market and to keep what we have got as a success for the long term. Maybe we can now turn to the audience before to wrap up. If there are some questions around for the panelists. Yeah, Alex, please.
Thank you, Mustafa. My name is Alexander van Kappe, also from KfW. Thank you very much. I really learned already a lot from the panelists. So I see that, I mean, the pledges of last year in terms of renewable energy capacity and energy efficiency are very ambitious, and the timeline is quite short. So all of you already addressed some bottlenecks and challenges, maybe except for India, where everything seems to be bullish and you seem to be very optimistic. Good for you. In other countries where we're not talking about additional capacity to be installed, but rather to renewable energies to replace fossil infrastructure, we also have to, of course, then take into account just transition, conversion of the jobs of the old infrastructure and so on. So it is a big challenge, and also the logistical bottlenecks. Martha said that in every country there's a different challenges and different situation. So, but you also addressed the solutions, like what can the DFIs do better, cooperating more, better partnerships and so on. Again, what I would like to ask the question to whoever want to take from the panel. What else would you like to take away from this COP in order to have more political support for this very ambitious goal? Would it be important to have an additional pledge also for grid expansion or for battery storage, or would it be some regulatory decisions or carbon pricing, carbon markets decisions that would maybe then also be a supportive factor for these reforms in all the countries?
If I may. Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment on the optimism that you talked about for India as we are growing. So just to put that in perspective, what this moment for energy transition, and when we are talking about renewable energy and other alternative fuels, it's not. It's about India. If you see, we don't have fossil fuel or coal or gas that much as a natural resource. What we are endowed with is the solar radiation and the wind resource, and that's a blessing that we have. And we want to take this opportunity to make that success in terms of reducing our import dependence, be energy independent, and that is, and a third vector of that is Make in India. So all three are being fulfilled by this energy transition. We see this as an opportunity rather than as a threat. And that is the reason why the government is and all the stakeholders which are relevant in this sector are all bullish and committed to meet those commitment, even though those aspirations and goals are being revised upwards. If we talk only in India perspective, what I look forward and what we look as a group or an India perspective is more clarity on the carbon pricing and the framework methodology, so that the financing can flow towards, because these are huge capital commitment that we are looking at. We need commitment from the government as well as private stakeholders, and wherever the capital can come in, because it's a large infrastructure requirement, and that has to be developed over a shorter period of time. If you see, we have 200 gigawatt of RE capacity. We are looking at 500 by 2030. So that is 50 gigawatt every year for the next 6 years. So that's a huge capacity that we are looking at. From carbon pricing and the financing is two main, I think, commitment or pledges or fulfillment or responsibly meeting those commitments which have been given in the previous COPs is, I would say, the key takeaway or the stock take from for me as a personally from COP29.
Just a short comment from my side. Sorry, I don't know what's happening with my throat. I think there will always be an expectation around increased commitments from a financing point of view and fulfillment of those commitments. That's the one side of it. But the other side of the coin is really having in place a pipeline that can take up that financing. Because it's the one thing to be demanding the financing, but it's the other side to look at implementation. If you look at the implementation side, it's always been a challenge. The ability to take up even the limited financing that is there. Therefore, it becomes important to look at the type of financing that is made available. I think that is, quite key. There's always the issue around, related to that is always the question of how do, indebted countries, position themselves to be able to take up the financing that is made available. Therefore, solutioning in terms of what needs to be done to ensure that the position most of the countries find themselves in, especially in the developing countries, where they find themselves in terms of indebtedness, does not become an impediment with regard to the agency with which we need to respond to climate change. What is that solution? How do you respond to that? I think that would be, quite key in terms of the solutions that we put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander, for your question. I just want to mention to make some comments regarding the carbon price. I think there is a lot of experiences coming from the Kyoto Protocol regarding the instruments and the carbon pricing. And the carbon pricing was only for mitigation, and the countries are calling for something more than that. So it's important in terms of the negotiation process, in terms of the time and the activities that are coming, that we need to continue in order to have a very good instrument in place. So, but the carbon price is one instrument. Welcome for another additional instrument for the financial structure of the different projects, not only for the energy sector. So welcome for this kind of instrument. But not everything is going to be solved by carbon pricing. That's what I'm trying to say. And the second, it's what we are trying to do. It's, of course, important. Of course, useful. But you need a very strong system in the whole countries to have a carbon pricing system working. So we are working in the governance with the countries. We are working in the transparency of the market to have a very good carbon pricing instrument, not only with the unique solution, but one additional instrument that can work in the region.
Thank you very much. Michelle, you want to say something? No?
Thank you.
Thank you. There is somebody else who wants to ask a question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Leon Roth. I'm with the European Business Council for Sustainable Energy. I want to ask if the panel, if you have heard of the term CFDs, so contract for differences, and if the instrument or the mechanism of CFDs could help you realize more projects or find more finance. Thank you.
So on CFD or the contract for difference, what we are seeing is for renewable energy, it is already the financing and the stakeholders and everyone is aligned and the financing is not much of an issue. But for the emerging energy sector, which is green hydrogen and the derivatives of hydrogen, where globally Germany, Hintco had run a tender for CFD contract for difference, bringing the buyers and sellers together to arrive at a market-making price and bridging the gap wherever the buyers in terms of support through CFD. So that is a kind of one instrument that we see which help offtake, create a demand for the green hydrogen and its derivative products. But that is not the only instrument. But yes, it is a step in right direction. So from India perspective, what I would like to say is that in India, they have come out, the Solar Energy Corporation of India, which was an intermediary agency for creation of renewable energy tenders, has also rolled out a tender for green ammonia procurement, which is a large-scale, more than 700,000 million ton of annual offtake contract that is there. And they are offering a fixed price auction for offtake for 15 years plus. So that is kind of one instrument where in case you are able to provide a long-term visibility of the revenue and the cash flow stream, then there is a case to be made for green hydrogen and derivatives, because it's not like a commodity like oil and gas. It's like, because the entire capex is being incurred upfront, so you have to have a clear visibility of how that capex is going to be recovered over a period of time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe we can wrap up here, and I would like to thank you very much. And maybe so few words that are important is that our subject was how we're going to boost the energy. I think that when we see back the situation in the sector, you mentioned that in India now the objective of the renewable energy is about 500 gigawatts. I remember that 10 years ago was 90 gigawatts. And everybody was saying we will never achieve it. And now you are talking
The
about
first target was 20 gigawatts.
yes, and so we are now, progressing a lot, and we see also the prices are going very down, and to some level that nobody will have dreamed of 20 years ago. So I think that to be realistic today is to be optimistic. Realism is optimism, and I think that it's good to have your example in India. I know that there are situations in other countries could be more complicated, but we see that the pathway of some countries give good examples to others. So boosting energy will be really something that's it's at we can reach it, and I think that we can work together to do it. I would like now to have a round of applause for our panelists, and thank you for your presence.
Bonjour. Hello. Can you all hear me? I think you need to put your casks on. Yes. Mrs. Governor, if you want to put a cask on to be able to hear. Yeah. Okay. I think hello everyone. It's time, so let's start. Let me welcome you, the audience and our panelists for this side event on a very important topic on access of cities to finance and how national development banks gathered within IDFC can actually help the cities better access finance. Let me introduce myself very quickly. I'm C40 Cities City Finance Director. C40 is a network of megacities united in action to combat climate change, mostly through peer-to-peer exchange of experience. And we are an implementation partner to IDFC on the National Development Bank Urban Climate Action Program developed by IDFC and financed, here they come, financed by the EKI program led by BMWK. So I'm very excited to be here today to speak about cities finance. As the figure goes, and that's from CCFLA latest State of Cities Climate Finance, which CCFLA will further present in this session. The financing gap for cities, urban climate finance, is 4 trillion. It's a huge number, and it's urgent that we actually gather forces, gather strength to try and tackle the issue. How will the agenda be split today? We'll have a few words of introduction by Mustafa Klesh here on the NUCA program. CCFLA will then present further the state of cities climate finance, which was issued, launched just a few weeks ago in October of 2024, and will then split into 2 roundtables. The first one focused on Latin America with BNDES and CAF feeding us back on their experience of financing urban climate projects. And also Marina from C40 giving us a few insights into complementary initiatives to NUCA, such as CHAMP, and also some fresh news from U20, because she's just arrived from Brazil, where a very successful U20 took place last week, only 2 days ago. We will then move on to our second roundtable, where we will be focusing this time on Africa with DBSA, and also Governor of EMU, who will testify for the subnational governments and cities side, and also Asia with the PTSMI, feeding us back on their experience of cities finance from Jakarta. So without further ado, I will let the floor to Mustafa to give us a few words of introduction on the NUCA program and its design.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Good morning, good afternoon. Maybe before to start, I ask you one question that I'm going to ask myself. What IDFC facility is doing in this business, in fact? So, as you may know, the IDFC is a group of banks, 27 banks around the world. And in 2019, this club created a facility to assist the member and assist the club as a whole to increase its visibility in the forum of the discussion around the climate finance and biodiversity finance. And the facility is ready to support that. And also the IDFC took some commitment to be before the international forum about making more on biodiversity, on the finance. And the facility is working towards this goal, helping the members to do that. So we provide some support on different activities, on capacity building, on development of tools, on also, for example, by the presence of this pavilion to increase the capacity and the visibility of members. But we do that internally, but also through projects. And NUCA is one of the projects that translates in practice through projects, through opportunity, because the banks need to have this kind of activities to sustain the knowledge, to sustain their engagement, to concretize their engagement in the climate finance, and NUCA is exactly for that. So I'm going to provide you, I'm going to start the presentation, or first is CCFLA? No, it's for me. So just it's okay. So what is the NUCA program is about? So NUCA, it means NDBs, National Development Banks, National and Regional Development Banks, Urban Climate Action Program. The aim of this project is to strengthen the capacity of the banks to do more on helping the development of low carbon and resilient infrastructure in the urban sector. So this is very important. The objective is really to assist the banks and to assist the cities through the banks in order to have more investment on this very critical sector. So this project has three components. The first is to provide technical assistance to the bank. The second is to provide some support to the cities through the banks so they can finance some initial portfolio of projects. And the third one is to work on data sharing. I will say a few words about these three components. The geographical scope of this project is listed here. We have five countries involved in this program: Brazil, Colombia, Indonesia, Mozambique, and South Africa. So quite a big number of emerging countries and one LDC. For this project, we are partnering with ICI, the International Climate Initiative, who provided a grant, a support of 20 million. And there is also a counterpart from IFD in terms of the implication of the staff of IFD in this program. The duration of the program is 5 years, from starting on 2024 until 2028. And the program is implemented executed by IFD on behalf the IDFC facility. So the program is really partnering with the banks, with 5 banks active in these regions, in these countries. So we have, for Brazil, we have BNDES. For Colombia, we have CAF. For Indonesia, we have PTSMI. For Mozambique, we have TDB, and for South Africa, we have DBSA, the Development Bank for Southern Africa. And we have also partnered with, have a technical partner who help us to implement this program, is C40, the group of the biggest city around the world. And we have a knowledge partner, which is CCFLA, the City Climate Finance Leadership Alliance. And the implementing agency, the implementing executing entity is the facility, the IDFC facility. And of course, we work closely with the team of ICI for the implementation of this project. So, what is the specificity of this project? It's really very important to understand. The first, the facility, the IDFC, has the legitimacy to work with the bank. So, for us, the focus is really the bank. But the bank are not the financial beneficiaries. The financial beneficiaries are the cities. But we work with the bank to develop together a curriculum, which is a technical and financial curriculum, in order to address the needs of the cities, in order to sustain the financing towards their climate needs. So for developing low carbon and resilient infrastructure. So it's also very important to improve the capacity of the bank to sit aside the cities and work with them to develop their project, because it's very important also for the cities to be helped by the banks to the bank to provide this technical assistance to the cities. The second part is really to translate in more practical things to finance a limited number but quite big, quite interesting and enough number of financial investment in order to concretize this new knowledge and this new approach. So the idea is to finance feasibility studies for urban climate projects in order to to create a portfolio and to finance the first project. The third component is the general knowledge exchange. The idea is to work to exchange, to facilitate the exchange between the banks and the countries on these issues. And this is very important also to see what are the advantages and to make this comparison between the cities and in different countries, but also between the banks, in order to disseminate the best practices be inside IDFC, but also outside of IDFC. And this is the strategic partnership we have with C40 and CCFLA is key in that regard, beyond those we have with the bank. I stop here my presentation. I give you the floor back, Christelle, for the following.
Thank you very much. I realize that we're already running a little bit late, but we have now a presentation by CCFLA, which computed a few figures on the financing gap of cities and also more specific figures that Christina Young from CCFLA will present us. You have 10 minutes, Christina, and the floor is yours now. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, Krista. I hope you can hear me okay in the room.
Very well.
Great. Firstly, let me express my thanks to the organizers of this event at IDFC and to you, Christelle, for moderating and inviting us to this important discussion. We're delighted to be here in our capacity as a knowledge partner of the NUCA program. And as mentioned, it's my pleasure to provide some scene setting for the discussion today, sharing some key findings from our flagship report and some reflections on the role of national development banks in supporting the scaling up of climate finance for subnational and city-level climate action. Next slide. Before jumping in, I'd just quickly like to take the opportunity to introduce the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, or CCFLA for short. CCFLA is the leading multi-level and multi-stakeholder coalition aimed at closing the investment gap for urban and subnational climate infrastructure projects worldwide. We were born in 2014 as a part of an initiative led by the UNSG to accelerate the provision of urban climate finance. Next slide. And for 10 years, we've brought together leading organizations who are committed to deploying finance for city-level climate action at scale through knowledge sharing, coordination, and advocacy on key topics, including project preparation, enabling framework conditions, and innovative financial instruments. Today, CCFLA brings together 84 stakeholders from across the urban climate finance value chain. So on the demand side, we work with city networks such as C40, ICLE, GCOM, who represent city voices and investment needs. On the supply side, we work with climate finance providers, including public financial institutions and some private financial institutions. We have some national government members who support cities by ensuring strong enabling environments. And finally, a number of enabling organizations who really work with cities to enhance knowledge development and implementation of climate projects. So NGOs, research institutions, UN system, and project preparation facilities, amongst others. Next slide. So in addition to bringing these members together for knowledge sharing and collaboration, we produce research products where we identify gaps that exist and we fill them with knowledge to benefit the greater ecosystem. And so our State of Cities Climate Finance Report is really our flagship report in this regard. We've just published the second edition, which was mentioned, and I'm happy to share some highlights and findings from this today. So the report really starts with a shared belief and understanding that cities are indispensable actors in the climate transition, but need more investment to meet climate goals and to deliver climate action. I think we all know this already, but over half of the world's population currently lives in cities, and this will increase to 7 in 10 people by 2050. And we know that cities are already on the front lines of responding to climate change, with floods, extreme heat, intense weather events already affecting urban areas, and in particular affecting the urban vulnerable and the urban poor. So there's 2 examples here of many of some of disasters that happened this year. And unfortunately, these kinds of disasters will only become more frequent and intense over time, with a tremendous impact on city residents, the environment, and local economies. And we know that inaction on climate in cities will exacerbate inequalities and become more and more costly over time. All of this is underlining really how fundamental it is to work towards closing the financing gap for local climate projects and urban climate action. Next slide. So yes, while we can recognize the importance of scaling investment in urban climate action, we must also acknowledge that there's many challenges that prevent cities from achieving their climate goals. So in the report, we focus on 4 systemic challenges. Firstly, insufficient global and national commitment to urban climate action. Often the global and national climate discussions prioritize national commitments and overlook urban needs, even though they're key actors in supporting the achievement of the national commitments. Second, weak enabling environments for city-level climate policy and finance. We often see inefficient cooperation between levels of government, which misses the opportunity to strengthen the enabling environment for cities' action. Third, capacity gaps among cities and local governments, particularly to prepare bankable projects. And finally, inadequate capital mobilization at the city level, with cities struggling with poor creditworthiness, limited access to capital markets, and limited fiscal capacity. And this is particularly pronounced in emerging markets. So overcoming these challenges presents a huge opportunity to invest in the future, and certainly national development banks have a big role to play with their position sitting at the nexus of public policy, the financial sector, and private sector actors. Next slide. So then on to more of the detail of the report. So in the report, we present the most comprehensive assessment of urban climate finance flows and needs available to date. To estimate the flows, we follow the definition of urban climate finance, which refers to financial resources directed at activities aimed at limiting city-induced greenhouse gas emissions and to activities intended to address climate-related risks faced by cities. We use data from multiple sources, including global climate finance tracking data, capital expenditure data, and data disclosed by cities to produce a landscape of urban climate finance flows. So next slide. So this is our landscape, and in the period from 2021 to 2022, we were able to track USD 831 billion of urban climate finance flows. And this diagram shows in granularity the breakdown of that total. So when you're looking at this diagram, the distribution of urban climate finance flows has the sources on the left through to the destinations on the right. So the first column, sources and intermediaries, shows the breakdown by public finance in blue, private finance in orange, and unknown sources in purple, which is mainly where we have public and private partnerships or dual sources, and it's difficult to estimate exactly which category they fall more under. So here we see that private finance accounted for 49% of the total, and public finance accounted for 22% of the total. The second column shows the instruments which were used to disperse urban climate finance. Really, the key headline here is that equity financing was the most used instrument, accounting for 38% of total tracked urban climate finance. The third column shows the regional destinations of urban climate finance. So we see that finance mostly went to cities in developed economies in China, and those in emerging markets and developing economies received only 11% of the total, and LDC is just 1%. The fourth column shows the split between mitigation, adaptation, and dual uses. And here there's quite a stark majority for mitigation efforts at 814 billion tracked, with far less designated for adaptation at 10 billion tracked, and then 7 billion for dual benefits. And then finally on the right, we have the sector breakdown, which shows that most of urban climate finance we were able to track goes to the transport and building sectors. So aligning with that kind of mitigation focus of urban climate finance that we found. The Sankey is available on our website and in the report, but I'm also happy to highlight some key findings from the data, including trends over time from our last report, which was in 2017 and 2018. Next slide. So as mentioned, private finance accounted for 49% of the total and public finance for 22%. We found since 2017 and 2018 that public finance more than doubled. The largest single source of public finance was national governments. However, these flows overall have largely stagnated, rising by only 10% from 2017 and 2018. Private actors almost tripled their urban climate finance contribution since 2017 and 2018 to reach 404 billion. Almost half of the tracked private finance came from households and individuals, largely as purchases of electric vehicles. Next slide. So in terms of urban mitigation finance, we saw that most of urban climate finance, we were able to track dose and mitigation in the Sankey. The trend since 2021, 2022, we saw mitigation finance more than doubling. Transport, as you can see here, represents 52% of mitigation investments that we were able to track, followed by buildings and infrastructure, and then energy systems. Tracked adaptation finance remains quite low at just USD 10 billion total. This diagram presents the flows of adaptation finance that we were able to track, with the main finding being that water and wastewater activities received 68% of urban adaptation finance. We did have a lot of data limitations here, and this limited us in tracking more adaptation projects and in tagging the adaptation component of some investments, and it's something that we're looking to improve for future iterations of the report. Next slide. And then in terms of the regional breakdown, we see that urban climate finance mostly went to cities in developed economies, and China and EMDs received only 11% of the total, and LDCs just 1%. This is particularly of concern, as we know that urbanization will increase rapidly in regions such as Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. So there is a need to focus on increasing investment on climate resilient infrastructure in these regions in particular. And next slide, I think, is the final one on the data. So a key finding of this report is that the domestic market is hugely important. The majority of urban climate finance was sourced domestically in all regions, apart from Sub-Saharan Africa. And by domestic, we mean that it was raised and spent within the same country. Therefore, we infer that cities in the regions, including East Asia Pacific and Western Europe, will likely to continue to achieve their climate goals based on the availability of domestic financing, while cities in underserved regions such as EMDs will need better access to domestic markets for climate finance. Next slide. In this report, we also showed for the first time a needs assessment seeking to quantify how much finance cities will need by 2050 to meet their climate targets. For this report, we were only able to estimate mitigation needs, and we found that cities need 4.3 trillion per year by 2030 for mitigation alone. We tracked 814 billion for mitigation only in our latest report, which is the little blue bar at the bottom left. And it was 821 overall for both mitigation and adaptation. So you can see that the scale of the gap is immense when considering these figures. While we have seen growth in urban mitigation finance and some adaptation finance, we see that a large gap still remains in the flows, and this is based on current climate scenarios, but if urban climate finance still falls short, these costs may continue to increase over time as emissions increase. Next slide. Next slide, please. So from the data, we present 4 key recommendations. Firstly, we must improve the quantity and quality of urban climate finance. This is really clear from the scale of the gap between flows and mitigation needs and the rising cost of adaptation for cities. Beyond scaling the quantity, we need to enhance the quality of finance, including how it's distributed among sectors, addresses underlying inequities, and strengthens enabling environments. Second, strengthening domestic markets through the strategic use of public finance is a key recommendation. We saw that the majority of urban climate finance is sourced and provided domestically, and that this trend is likely to grow. The urban climate finance ecosystem will need to bolster domestic markets so cities and local governments can better access both public and private finance. Thirdly, we need to rapidly scale urban adaptation finance. We must channel investments into adaptation efforts, particularly in developing economies, and expand our taxonomy of risk to effectively address and respond to climate disasters. And finally, we need to improve data and tracking of urban climate finance flows and needs overall, so that we can evaluate and demonstrate progress made or where gaps still exist. And this data is crucial for decision makers in the national, subnational, and international levels, as well as for investors. Next slide. This is just the showing an agenda or a framework that we developed based on the data. So this is the 4Cs agenda to close the urban climate finance gap. So the 4Cs are commitment to raising urban issues on global and national climate finance agendas, collaboration between actors to improve climate finance flows for cities, capacity building for public and private actors to respond to climate change in cities, and capital mobilization at the city level. I won't go into all of these in detail, but these are all areas where national development banks can play a big role. Next slide. And this is the last slide. So specific to the role of national development banks, a few years ago, we published a report on leveraging NDBs to enhance climate smart urban infrastructure, which was based on interviews and case studies from both cities and NDBs, including several of the NDBs participating in the NUCA initiative and in the event today. And at the time, we found that while NDBs are well positioned to scale up financing for climate smart urban infrastructure, only really a small minority finance local governments or green infrastructure at all. So we undertook research that evaluated the demand side from the cities and the supply side from the NDBs, the barriers to climate smart urban infrastructure financing to identify actionable opportunities, looking at NDB financing specifically. And we developed this framework that included 12 maturity dimensions across NDB's strategic, financial, operational, and business parameters, representing areas of opportunities and specific actions that could be taken. And then we had a number of policy briefs targeted towards the different relevant actors. This report and the policy briefs are available on our website at www.citiesclimatefinance.org, alongside a number of other resources that may be relevant and useful for the audience here. So finally, in summary, there's a lot of progress being made in the urban climate finance space, but still a long way to go to support cities to achieve their climate ambitions and build resilience, which is at the same time critical to supporting the delivery of climate goals at the national level. CCFLA and our members are committed to supporting multi-level governance and multi-stakeholder solutions that are required, and working with the NUCA program in partnership to do so. And just finally to say thank you for providing the space for us to present on the report, and I look forward to listening to the discussion today on the role of NDBs in this context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, for this very insightful presentation. Unless there are any questions from the audience, we can maybe move to our first roundtable. And if you're around, Christina, we can also take questions later. So our first roundtable will be focused on Latin America. And let me call to the floor for CAF, Mrs. Martha Castillo. Martha is a principal executive at the Climate Action and Biodiversity Department of CAF. Next, from BNDES, Andrea Albuquerque, who is economist and at the Investor Relations Department of BNDES. And finally, Marina Marsal from C40. She's heading the engagement effort for C40 in Brazil, both at the national level and, of course, with our cities. So without further ado, let me start with a question for both BNDES and CAF. on, of course, the role of national development banks in furthering access to finance for cities. We've just heard from CCFLA that the gap is enormous, more than 4 billion, and that's only until 2030. It rises to 6 billion in 2050. And just as a heads up, but Marina will come back on this. Last week at U20, 60 mayors asked the G20 and governments, generally speaking, to try and boost public investments for cities up to 800 billion. That's what they felt was the minimum amount required to actually fill the gap that we just heard about. This is a huge number and asks for everybody to contribute, national governments, MDBs, DFIs, but also, of course, national development banks. So from your point of view, how can national development banks help on the effort, and how will the NUCA program help them face the challenge?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. For CAF, I mean, the national development banks are critical for the process in the urban areas. And mainly, the national development banks helps in addressing the financial and operational challenges at the local level. And in particular, and this is really important, in the medium and small cities, because the big cities, they can do it by themselves. I mean, they can go to the markets, they can do it by themselves. So this kind of programs and this kind of efforts is really critical for the medium and the small cities, which are also growing really fast compared with the bigger ones now, and they've more limited access to the finance. In terms of the impact, what we can see, it's the role, as you ask, is they can catalyze the urban climate finance in terms of the blended finance mechanism. One. Second, access to the green climate funds, because we are working with the national development banks in the implementation of the projects. Third, scaling smaller projects, because as a regional development bank, there is no financial sense in some occasions, to work with small cities. But we can do it through the national development banks. In the second part of the role is supporting the capacity building and technical assistance, and the role of IKINOCA program is essential to help them to understand what we are talking about in terms of the climate change and the biodiversity loss. So what we have here is a pre-investment support, all the pre-investment support to specific projects, knowledge sharing, sharing experiences, the good experiences, the bad experience, both are really important for the process. The local governments strengthening just to help. They have a very good information and details at the local level. I mean, with a very good recommendation of how to proceed with a project. So that's a really important matter, aspect in this process. Third, mobilizing, they are really important to facilitate the mobilization of the public and the private investment. So, as you said, the gap is huge. So we have to put everybody around the table to work together and to play together around the cities. And of course, we have another roles for the national development banks, but I just want to mention that that they are very important in order to facilitate the regional and the multi-level coordination, because they can work with a regional development bank like CAF, and also with the government at the local level, with the governments at the national level also. So it's really important that, because they are playing a multi-level role in the cities. Thank you.
Maybe, Andre, before you complement the answer, just picking up on a few things that Martha said, I think, yeah, very important to remind that NUCA will also help smaller cities, medium and small cities. That's key, of course, and also important to highlight that the program might actually, financing through the NDBs might help access smaller projects, because the issue with cities is often that the projects that they would like to see financed are smaller than international development banks would want to see. So very important. I had a few things in mind. NDBs are closer to the cities and probably understand their needs better. They can also provide local currency, which at times international development banks or regional banks even cannot finance. But of course, also accessing smaller tickets is important. So thank you for reminding us. Andre, on the same question, anything specific to BNDES you would like to add?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us here. I think the first thing is the effects of climate change are much felt in cities. And we have this huge gap. So we have here in climate finance for cities, we have the mitigation and adaptation. We must have a huge look at adaptation, because on mitigation, it is hard, but we have more bankable projects. And especially for larger cities, as you were saying, looking at smaller cities is more difficult. And I think development banks have several ways of helping. One is municipalities, subnationals in general, they do not have so much physical space to invest, so they need creative ways of financing, finding financing, and we have some experiences on this side. For example, in BNDES for more than 20 years, we have a program for modernization of tax administration in a way that we help build capacity for tax administration. So this enhances investment capacity after all. I think for designing for ways of finding investments for adaptation is our larger challenge nowadays, for sure. I think that the role you said of coordinating, because national development banks, they can access internet MDBs. We have in a country as big as Brazil, there are also the regional development banks, and then we are in the middle of this financing ecosystem in order to help finding finance for the local places, to the smaller. And I think there's the role of financing, but there's also the role of helping municipalities of structuring concessions and PPPs and so on in order to have more investments.
Thank you very much, Andre. Again, picking up on a few things you said, you spoke about adaptation, which of course is the topic, right, this year for Brazil, given the events in the southern part of the countries, which cost, I just found out, 4 billion. I think CCFLA told us 4 billion to Brazil. The NUCA program, as it is not focused on adaptation. It's mitigation is the main focus, but this allows me also to bounce back on the expression you use, financing ecosystem, and to ask Marina, because I think it's important for NUCA to partner with other initiatives and be able to ensure the effective implementation of long-term sustainability for cities, trying to create or be part of a finance ecosystem that's a bit larger than its own. And maybe, Marina, you can tell us a bit more about CHAMP, which is an initiative which was launched last year at COP28 to try and engage national governments and subnational governments to team up to face the challenge together, and also other initiatives which in Brazil in particular, and to tackle the adaptation issue are underway.
Thank you so much, Christelle. Thank you, Mustafa, for inviting C40 to participate and contribute of this wonderful pavilion. I think it's very important discussion. I think I need this, to pass the slides. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mustafa. Well, first of all, I would like to start with this wonderful slide. We are celebrating Urban 20 in Rio. Just came from Rio to Baku. We had the Urban 20 in Rio and São Paulo. São Paulo in June, and Rio until November 17. For the first time, the Urban 20 is a engagement group for G20 discussing urban agenda. We had 60 mayors endorsing our communique, as Christelle just said. For the first time, we had another president from Chile that came to participate of this, and 3 ministers also there. So it's how we achieve the success in this agenda. But it's a collaborative work, like this pavilion right here, like the NUCA program. C40 could not do this by ourselves. Mayors definitely need support for urban agenda. And how we achieved this? Well, first we decided to look for the priorities of G20. This year in Brazil, first priority for Urban 20 was social inclusion and the fight against hunger and poverty, that Brazil is being very vocal. Second one, in just transition, and the third one in reform of global governance. That, of course, the priority would be how cities can access more climate finance for climates in general, as André just mentioned. Let me pass. How we achieved this and how we are deciding to implement this multi-level governance in Brazil. Well, Brazil was one of the 74 countries that signed CHAMP initiative, the Coalition for High-Level Ambition and Multi-Level Partnerships last year with COP28 presidents supported by Bloomberg. And this year we had a strong engagement with different ministries in Brazil. And this program is one huge example that we have to share about multi-level governance in Brazil. First of all, because it's the first program that is held by 3 ministries, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Science and Technology, and the third one, Ministry of Cities, that is back in the Brazilian governance during Lula government. We didn't have before, so they just came back. And this program is called Green and Resilient Cities Program. That is very easy to understand the main goal. But many of the deliverables for Brazil right now is looking to deliver it in 2026, 27, 28. And as C40, we felt that Brazilians are suffering a lot with the extreme events, and we don't have all this time. So our main goal is to be supporting Green and Resilient Cities Program to delivery by COP30, 50 programs of projects of mitigation, 50 projects of adaptation. And the reason is because, as mentioned first by Christina, there's a huge gap on adaptation, especially in Brazil. Brazil historically focused more on mitigation as many countries and many funders, because we were not imagining that the extreme events would come so fast. And Brazil is feeling the sense of urgency that now it's time to prioritize adaptation, because we lost many people in Brazil with the fires, with the floodings. So the priority now is adaptations to save life. And I think it's my main message here for the multilateral reform of developed banks, why we should work in this gap of finance for adaptation is because we urge not only to cost emissions, but to save lives. And I think that's why Brazil is prioritizing on adaptation right now. And that's why we are supporting this 50 cities to have projects of adaptation and mitigation. This program, Green and Resilient Cities Program, is under this umbrella. We have the Adapta cities. In Brazil, we have 27 states, 26 and the capital. So the idea is to work with the states and have 10 cities of each. The Adapta cities will support to develop projects to cover this gap on adaptation, and C40 is picking 50 cities to be supportive until next year. We also have a data, Christelle, that I think is very important. We have more than 5,500 municipalities in Brazil. Only 23 has climate action plans. It shows how cities in another level of planning and understand their own profile of emission, their own profile of vulnerability, to deliver for banks projects that they should be top priority, not only for mitigation, but also for adaptation. But the good news is that we were able to influence a lot Brazilian NDC. Brazil was one of the first countries to launch the NDC here on the COP in Baku. I was very happy to share some examples of the NDC in Canada that has mentioned this integration with states, with provinces, with cities, also for Republican Dominican, and the mention on climate justice. Was very happy to see that Brazil followed the suggestions that we gave. The third paragraph of Brazilian NDC mentioned on climate justice, and I almost cried when I saw NDC that is fully white, André, and the only blue box, as you can see, is exactly on climate federalism, on the commitment with Brazil on CHAMP and how we should be working more as integration with cities, states, and regions in general. As this is an international pavilion, Christelle, my last main point here would be on climate federalism. That probably, when you listen Brazilians speaking, you will hear this expression a lot. Climate federalism actually is in our constitution. It says every action that demands cooperation between states, federal government, and cities is a Climate Federalism Act. But now Brazil is bringing this concept back for the NDC to say we need more cooperation for the integration and the implementation of local level climate action. That's definitely what we need to prioritize to support mayors and then support people suffering with the extreme events in the local level. Thank you so much, Christelle.
Thank you very much. So climate federalism, it should be, and maybe we should specify here that at the origin of CHAMP last year, which 74 countries rallied to, is the plea from cities that national government, when they revise their NDCs, actually include their own local projects in the NDCs, so that these projects are accounted for, right, in the NDCs. And of course, all this requires a lot of preparation and money. And NUCA is also hoping to be able to provide some of the cities with technical assistance to prepare for these projects. But really interesting to hear of another initiative which will be complementary to NUCA in trying to build to change systemically how we build pipelines and try to bring finance to projects. Thank you very much. Unless there are any questions from the floor, I was thinking, Mustafa, we could maybe move to the second roundtable because we're just a little bit short of time. I don't see any, so I think we'll do just this. Thank you so much, Marina, Martha, and Andre, for all this input from Latin America. And I leave the floor now to Mustafa for the African continent and Asia, a big part of the world.
Only. Thank you very much, Christelle. And yes, I will ask our colleagues from. So we have Yanni, Yanni from PTSMI online. Please, Mohamed, take place. Mohamed, you are from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and we have also lucky to be with us, Honorable Governor from Kenya, who is going to represent here the local government. Thank you. Yanni, can you hear us?
It's me.
See, Mr. Gangan.
Mustafa, it's Gangan.
Gangan. Okay, how are you,
Yes.
Gangan? So
Fine,
we have.
fine. How are you?
Thank you very much to be with us, Gangan from PTSMI. So we are going to start by the question about what just Christelle asked about for the other banks. So we have, in fact, we have three banks in. We have two banks in Africa, DBSA and TDB. Unfortunately, TDB couldn't join this event, and we have one bank in Asia. So the question here is, as we started already to, for example, in the case of South Africa, to initiate the program and to see how the program could be implemented. I will start with you, Mohamed, to tell us about how do you see now the situation in the cities. What are the bottlenecks that they are facing, the challenges that they are facing in financing the investment, and how the banks could develop the program in a way to address their needs and maybe to scale up the investments on the sustainable urban infrastructure. You have your micro. It's here. Sorry. I was told that everyone has some micro. No mixing between the moderator and the panelists. Please, you have the panelist micro. Please
thank
go
you
ahead.
so much, Mustafa. So I think what we have found, at least in the South African context, as a DFI supporting not only the municipal sector in South Africa, but also in the continent. But we have a strong focus, of course, in South Africa. We have found that there is a strong need, of course, for technical support and capacity building. And as mentioned before, to help cities develop concepts and further those concepts to a point where you can build bankable projects. So we've seen a strong emphasis on that. But our approach as DBSA is to see how we can support cities at the very earliest stage of infrastructure planning. And we have a dedicated unit within the bank that looks at infrastructure master plans, where we support especially your under-resourced municipalities, your smaller cities with those infrastructure master plans. The reality is, historically, those master plans have not embedded climate considerations, whether it's mitigation opportunities or whether it's climate adaptation opportunities. So we see an opportunity to try and ensure that we can support municipalities at that stage. And I think the support from NUCA would then allow us to then build a pipeline of projects. So we are looking at initiatives to support climate-sensitive infrastructure master plans. So that's something we are doing with other partners, including the likes of the GEF, where we have a dedicated program around sustainable cities integrated program. And I think NUCA, the support from NUCA complements that, because now we can look at pre-feasibility support, feasibility studies to actually develop that pipeline of projects in these targeted municipalities. I think we also need to be quite specific in terms of ensuring that we identify the right level of support and which municipalities we can identify through the NUCA initiative as an example. So within DBSA we have what we call a district kind of platform, where we identify smaller municipalities that can partner with a larger district municipalities. So through that approach, you can benefit from knowledge sharing, and also the impacts in terms of climate mitigation opportunities can be broadened beyond just that particular municipality. So I think for us, it's quite key to ensure we provide more of that early stage feasibility, pre-feasibility support, but then importantly, when we provide that support, understanding what are the requirements for support at the next level of project development, which would be project preparation support. So for us, it's important that we understand the criteria for project preparation, and then to create a pipeline of bankable projects, because then these municipalities can tap into the other sources of funds that are now available, either at the programmatic level. For example, you have dedicated climate funds for water reuse, you have dedicated climate funds for embedded generation, for solar PV, wind projects. But with all these programs and facilities, municipalities and cities cannot tap into it because they do not have projects developed to the level of requirements that these programs require. So I think from our perspective, The intervention that's required at this stage is that early stage support in translating concepts into pre-feasibility, feasibility studies, and then ensuring it meets the requirements for preparation support.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. Maybe we can ask the same question to you, Gangan, from PTSMI. What is your perspective? What's yeah. I just asked this question and come back. Yeah, to ask you the same question about the perspective of PTSMI and how do you address these issues right now, and how do you see the benefits and how the program of NUCA could help on that?
Okay, thank you, Mustafa. PTSMI as a state-owned enterprise that focus on financing infrastructure development in Indonesia is very grateful to have your support. I mean, the support of NUCA, and it's really in line with our mandate, which is now renewed by our Indonesian National Financial Authority that give us mandate to provide financing facility in climate mitigation and also climate adaptation. In addition to that, we have a new initiative to calculate our finance emission and also calculate the avoided emissions as a result of our financing. So we aim to be a not net zero emission, but a carbon neutral company, and also to make balance between finance emission caused by our financing and with the avoided emission that as a result from our financing facility, particularly for the mitigation, climate change mitigation projects. And for NUCA itself, we plan to mobilize the several funding sources. This support is a part of the SDG Indonesia One country platform, and we will select the potential cities using several criteria. For example, we will consider the fiscal capacity of the cities, and then we will also consider the level of emission of the cities, and of course we need to also consider the vulnerability index, which is already defined by the Ministry of Environment for all cities in Indonesia, and the political support. So those four criteria will be used for selecting priorities, the priority projects and priority cities that will be supported by NUCA program. In addition to that, PTSMI now it's play a quite important role in energy transition in Indonesia. So we hope that with those initiatives in energy sector, in urban sector, and in other related climate projects, we can support Indonesian target for achieving the net zero emission in 2060 or sooner. I will stop here, Mustafa.
For very interesting experience related. Now coming to Madam Barire from Kenya, I think that's what we see in the context of the urban local governments, and you are governor of in Kenya. That there are a lot of players, and we are here in partnership, and we know that there are many actors, and we know that there is the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Planning, the Ministry of Local Governments. You have the contractors. You have also, of course, the citizens that are requiring the services. How do you, as an actor, important actor of the local government, how do you see your role, and how the banks could be also a partner? And I think that's the transition, the ecological transition could be well supported by the partnership between the banks, the development banks, and the cities. How do you see your role in that, and what kind of support you are waiting from the development banks?
Let me begin by thanking you for having me here. and giving an opportunity for subnational governments such as Embu County to participate in this national platform, international platform, to be able to engage and share our experiences. Listening to the presentations that have been there before me, and especially so the presentation from CCFLA, I feel that Sub-Saharan Africa has a long way to go in terms of being able to access climate action financing, especially from the banks. There's a big gap, and I think that the gap is mainly because, one, there isn't much information coming down to the subnational governments in Sub-Saharan Africa. And even if the national governments may have an idea of what's going on, I don't think that information is trickling down to the subnational governments. So there's need for greater involvement, greater collaboration, greater partnership at multi-level, that is multi-level. And so that we have the information and we can be able to access the finances. Secondly, we have serious capacity gaps as subnational governments. So we certainly will need a lot of technical support, especially in being able to do what I called the pre-feasibility and feasibility studies, and being able to design bankable projects in our own cities and towns. You realize that a lot of people, and I'll give the case of Kenya, are slowly moving away from the big cities that are now very congested and moving to the smaller cities that are the county level. And therefore there's pressure for counties to be able to prepare for this influx of persons into these smaller cities, and of course facing the challenges of climate change. So adaptation measures need to be put in place, and we need to get ready for it, because we are not ready yet. And actually we are already facing the challenges as we speak, be it in transport, be it in housing, energy, water, infrastructure in general. There's so much to be done. So I really look forward to, for example, having the TDB, who unfortunately are not here, coming to Kenya and doing something with subnational governments in Kenya. And having more of these development banks coming into Sub-Saharan Africa to help us, because we are really facing the brunt of climate change. And we do not have enough capacity to be able to adapt to these new challenges. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure being part of this session, and I hope that our plea and our call has been heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Brarire, and I think that I thank you for the testimony. Even if Kenya is not part of this program, I think that there are many banks working in Kenya, and of course we can share this information with our partner. And this is also the objective of this kind of session, is also to make this networking. And maybe coming back to you, Mohammed, in the case of South Africa, of course there are priority sectors. I can understand that for example, energy is one very important sector. And how do you see the challenges now to address? What would be how do you use this program? In which sector you think that it will be the most appropriate? And I will ask the same question also for Gangan, but maybe Mohammed, if you want to start.
So I think from a TBSA perspective, we focus on infrastructure, looking both at economic infrastructure, which includes renewable energy, transport, ICT. We also look at the water sector, which is quite key, and then social infrastructure as well. So my understanding is with NUCA, you're looking at both mitigation and adaptation, but predominantly a mitigation focus. So, the low-hanging fruit for DFIs is always on the mitigation side, the energy sector. But I think we can look beyond just your traditional kind of renewable energy solutions, which is quite, which has become mainstream now. So solar PV and wind are quite key in terms of rolling out renewable energy in South Africa. But I think, there are other opportunities around transport, green transport in the municipal space that we are looking at in terms of pilot projects. So we, with Jeff as an example, rolling out electric buses. So if the NUCA intervention can maybe explore, how we could also support municipalities around green transport, I think that would be an interesting area for us. Beyond just, the energy sector. Energy still remains an important area for municipalities. I think with the changes in the legislation where we're looking at opportunities for embedded generation in the municipal space, what we are finding is that those opportunities are being taken up more by the private entities, your large industries. But the challenge is, as I mentioned before, especially your smaller cities are not able to tap into these finance mechanisms, such as the embedded generation program. So there is still a need for developing embedded generation projects in a municipal space so they can then tap into these larger programs which are available. And I think that can also be done in a way where you can balance, the climate impacts, with the development impacts as well. So, there's a lot of, especially municipalities in provinces that are impacted by the transition, such as Mpumalanga in South Africa. So I think their energy would certainly remain an important area of focus. So I think in a nutshell, from my perspective, from a mitigation point of view, the energy and transport would be quite interesting. I think if there are opportunities from an adaptation perspective, I think water is quite a key area for us, and it's something we have driven significantly with GCF support around a water reuse program, which is, I guess, a 95% kind of adaptation-focused program. So again, one can tap into some of the work we are doing in the water sector, where we have done detailed climate vulnerability assessments for up to 42 municipalities to date. So that information can feed into some of the municipalities we are looking at under the NUCA program, and I understand under NUCA we're probably targeting around 25 municipalities or so, and some of those municipalities are already perhaps being targeted through the water reuse program. So I think it's important to complement these various initiatives so we can enhance and the impact from an adaptation point of view as well. So for me, I think perhaps those are some of the areas where I believe DBSA can certainly play a significant role, especially in terms of bringing co-funding, leveraging private sector, and also bringing in climate funds, from the likes of GCF as well as Jeff in terms of nature-based solutions as well into the mix.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. In fact, it's very important to create a spillover effect, in fact, in all the world cities. And how do you see that, Gangan, and how this program could be also useful for PTSMI to develop his business with the city on the climate finance? I understand that you told us that, as with this case also for DBSA, you are called upon from your government to be the central piece of the implementation of the JETS, and this is really very important, and we see a lot of synergy between that and the NUCA program. Can you please tell us maybe some word about that, Gangan, please?
Yes, we will focus in this NUCA program, of course, in one of them in energy sector, particularly in renewable energy and energy efficiency, and it's related with the Just Energy Transition program that's run by PTSMI. Other than that, we will focus on the water supply and transport, waste management, and also health sector. We will begin this program with conducting the preliminary study for prioritization of potential projects in several cities, in the selected cities, and we also will consider to support the project development using the public-private partnership. So with this NUCA program, we can support the local government to choose how they will develop the project, And as a bank, as national bank, we can support three parties. First, the government itself, and then the the private sector as a partner, or if the local government and the partner will conduct the project using the PPP approach. And of course, with this NUCA, we will also apply the blended finance scheme, and we will mobilize other funding support from international banks and also philanthropy and also commercial banks, both in national and international. Stop here.
Thank you very much, Gangan, and thank you for recalling us also the importance of the private sector on this program. This is very important. Also, the objective is to leverage more money because we need the public money will not be enough to finance all this investment. Maybe one last question for you, Madame Barrere. It's about the acceptation by the public, in fact, of this project, and how do you see the citizen as you are in contact with them? How they feel this project, and how you think that we should do them that could be accepted and also not only accepted but also supported by them for their benefits, in fact, because this is at the end the final objective is to facilitate and make the life of people easier.
Thank you very much. Acceptability and ownership of projects is very, very key in any community, and so public participation becomes a very, very important aspect of our project implementation. And by public participation means really being able to sit down with the people and listening to them, because they know their challenges and they know their solutions. So instead of really imposing a project from the top, you need to get a buy-in and get ideas coming from the bottom, so that it's a bottom-up approach as opposed to top-bottom approach. And where you've involved the populace, where you involved communities to determine what needs to be done, to accept what needs to be done, it becomes easier to implement because there's ownership right from the start. So I think for me, involvement of the people is very key if you want that public acceptance and then public participation in the project.
Thank you very much for this very important recurrence, the importance of implicating the population on this program. I would like to thank you for this panel session. We would like, if there are some questions from the audience, we can take one or two questions before we conclude, we wrap up this meeting and give the floor to Mr. Lutz for the final concluding remark. But maybe you want to say a few words about the wrap-up takeaways?
No, I actually wanted to ask a question, Mustafa. Is it okay? I wanted to ask a question to both the subnational government and the banks on what you think the biggest challenges are to actually build a comprehensive pipeline of projects, because it's really the end result, right, expected from this NUCA program. We want to make a systemic change. It's not just, isolating one project here, one project there, but really build meaningful pipelines of projects. So how do you see this?
I think in the case of Kenya and in particular the subnational governments, it's all about our capacity. If we can get technical support from the banks, I think we should be able to develop those projects. And a lot of times you're going to find that you're dealing with almost similar challenges across the different subnational governments. So it should be easy, I guess. Thank you.
So I think from our experience in DBSA, what we have found is that you need to understand, the full project value chain, starting at concept stage, pre-visibility, feasibility, project preparation, leading to bankability. So there are different funders at those different stages. So NUCA would obviously come in at that early stage in terms of that technical, the pre-feasibility, feasibility studies. But what happens post that? You don't want to have a whole lot of feasibility studies sitting there and the projects are not moving. So it's quite important when you support the pre-feasibility work, you find the right funders for the feasibility studies, the full feasibility studies, even though NUCA can maybe support even some of the feasibility studies. But then you need to ensure that you incorporate the criteria for what we would call project preparation. So that's the funding to take those projects where you already done the feasibility studies into bankability. So ensuring that you understand the criteria for project preparation is going to be absolutely crucial. Otherwise, you're going to have a situation where you have a whole list of feasibility studies not going anywhere. I think the other aspect is ensuring that these cities are also capacitated, with some of the expertise required for developing these climate-sensitive projects. So yes, you may need service providers, consultants coming in, but sometimes consultants come and go. So, they assist the city, they do a feasibility study, but how can you transfer some of that knowledge into those cities? So I think that's another aspect that we have found cities, are looking for more knowledge transfer rather than just having, let's say, consultants or service providers sitting with those cities for a period of time. And then post the feasibility study, they're gone, and some of the cities are stuck. So I think if there is a mechanism of ensuring that there is transfer of knowledge and some skills and training in these cities around embedding climate considerations in these projects, then at least you're not just dependent on consultants and service providers in terms of developing that pipeline of projects.
Thank you, Mohamed. Gangan, you want to say a few words about that?
Yes, thank you. So other than what Mohamed has been mentioned earlier, for SMI case, we also should consider the leadership period of the city government. So it's really important in Indonesia, and this program come in time since we will have the new governor, new mayor within this 6 months. So it is important to start soon. Yeah? And another aspect that can be considered as challenge is fiscal capacity in the region and in a local government to allow them for borrowing money from the bank. So it's also a challenge in Indonesia.
Thank you very much. So this program is very timely. It's good to know. There is a question from the audience. Please take the mic and ask your question. Maybe you can introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Tangeni Chivute. I'm from Namibia. I work for the power utility there, and we've had climate funds recently. But obviously, I came a little bit late. So there's one fundamental question which I just wanted to understand. Is this NUCA program applicable to all countries in the world, or just the countries which these banks operate? And then is it mainly focused on the preparation funds, as you said, and is that preparation funds coming as a grant, hoping to then secure greater finance later? Yeah, so I just need to understand those fundamentals.
No, we can update you on that. Thank you for your question. So the program is only for 5 countries. In fact, it's for Brazil, Colombia, South Africa, Mozambique, and Indonesia. So sorry, Indonesia is not part of it, and it's mainly for urban sector. And providing support to the banks first and some support to the national local governments like cities and so on. So maybe we can now pass the floor to you, Mr. Lutz Morgensen. You are head of the Division for General Issues of International Cooperation and Implementation Initiative at the Directorate General for Climate Action of the Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Economic Affairs and Climate Action, which is by German acronym is BMWK. And you have the floor for the concluding remarks. Please, Lutz, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mustafa, and thank you, everyone. It was really an interesting event. Also, it's always a bit challenging, these side events at the end of a conference where everyone is tired. At least I feel so exhausted. We had our minister here 2 days ago. And we had to work so much, but still, I'm really happy that I made it to this side event, and I learned a lot, I must say, and also it confirmed the idea of the project, the idea that we had. So. First, on the role of MDBs, I think that from all the presentation, that was really clear that they have a significant opportunity to work with MDBs because with NDBs, sorry, because other than MDBs, they actually and I think I heard several arguments, but they are closer to what's happening on the ground. They have the local currency, they have the knowledge, they are able to finance smaller projects in small cities, in medium cities. I think all that is really convincing argument for this kind of project. And I looked at some of the numbers. So according to the latest CCFLA report, NDBs account for 16% of global urban climate finance, and this is already outpacing the share of the multilateral development banks. And it's also, there are 250 NDBs, so it's really a big opportunity. Second thing is also the relevance to connect the different levels. And I think this philosophy can be seen in this particular project in NUCA, but we also, as the German government, when we support project, we try to have it everywhere. So to really make the connection between the national level, subnational level, and get all the different stakeholders on board. And I think we had several of these, and also your comments, I think, were very valuable. And we also had the example from Brazil, also from the local level. And there also, and that was interesting for me, of course, there's no one size fits it all. The conditions in Brazil are, of course, different from the conditions in sub-Saharan Africa. And then if we look in other regions, it's the same. So we cannot have one particular approach, but we have to adapt it to the particular situations. I also want to mention that we, from the German side, we are really trying to create an ecosystem of different projects and different approaches that all work together in order to tackle this challenge. And those that I wanted to mention, beside the NUCA program, is the Climate Finance Gap Fund, which you may have heard of. But then there are other projects called Felicity Urban Act, and that all work in different stages of these projects. We are also supporting the CCFLA, and it was great to have them here at the beginning. And if we all manage to cooperate, I think then we will see successful projects and real reductions of CO2, because that's in the end of the days the aim. And then I also wanted to comment on your question that Namibia is not on board. Well, this, of course, in such a project, you have to start somewhere, you have to select some countries, but I hope that the idea of the project will actually generate more projects and also will make it possible that this approach can be expanded in the future, and that other countries also can benefit from that kind of projects, but also from the knowledge that we generate, and from convincing from convincing other stakeholders that it's useful to involve the NDBs and to have the local knowledge also of non-state actors on board. I think I will end with this, but really thank you for inviting me here, and thank you for the great panel.
Thank you, Lutz. Thank you for all the panelists. I would like to give them a round of applause for their presentation. And thank you. And we will see. We will have this kind of presentation in the future, and I'm sure we will see a lot of progress in the implementation aspects. Thank you.
Hola.
Yeah, this just is a cleaner. I'll take that. So, shall we start? Perfect. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this official COP side event at the IDFC pavilion. Looking at the maximization of the public development bank ecosystem, climate impact, looking at financial intermediation, I'm super happy to be joined by a stellar set of practitioners that are actually going through the ropes of understanding what this means. How can all the stuff that they're doing in terms of Paris alignment can be transferred also to their clients in order to make sure that those efforts are replicated and amplified. My name is Laura Sabogal, and I work for E3G, an independent climate change think tank. And with that, I think we should kick it off. I'm joined today by a stellar set of participants here at the panel in the pavilion, but we also have some people joining us from remotely. So I would like to first invite Nancy Lee from CGD, who will give us a keynote remarks, and then we will continue our program. And as different people intervene, I will present each of them. So I think, Nancy, I'm not sure if you're already there, but if so, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm here, and thanks very much. I'm very pleased to be part of this conversation, which I think is, both well-framed and well-timed. Much of the debate on climate finance by public development banks to date has been dominated by discussions of finance scale and finance gaps and various scenarios for how to fill them. But as this session highlights, to achieve lasting impact, we need to be discussing how climate can be mainstreamed into financial institutions and into capital markets, not just the risks, but also the opportunities to finance green growth. Public development banks can be, and in fact, I think have to be critical drivers of mainstreaming and capital market evolution. And to address the urgent needs of most of the developing world, this applies to climate adaptation as well as mitigation. So I'll try to briefly address two basic questions today, focusing on the roles of multilateral development banks and highlighting a little bit some research that we've done at the Center for Global Development Bank. And by the way, I'm Nancy Lee, and I'm the Director for Sustainable Development Finance at CGD. So the two questions are, number one, do MDBs themselves mainstream climate in their country strategies? And two, how can they work more catalytically with private partners and institutions to build climate-friendly and resilient capital markets, not just increase the volume of their own finance? All of the major, MDBs have now incorporated climate into their mandates and missions. But doing that in practice should mean more than simply tagging projects or parts of projects as climate related. If that's the only criterion for judging climate efforts, there's the, sorry, let me just take a little water. There's the obvious risk that institutions will just focus on boosting their own climate finance numbers. So at CGD, we undertook some research to look at the central building block of MDB activities, their country strategies. We wanted to explore the extent to which climate adaptation is mainstreamed throughout country strategies as a consistent focus, especially for the most vulnerable, climate vulnerable countries. So we constructed a sample of 47 MDB country strategies from the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, and the World Bank. And we focused on strategies for the most climate vulnerable countries. We assessed the degree of adaptation focus on 3 levels: overall strategy priorities, the objectives that shape the activities in the strategy, and the results indicators that measure program and impact performance. The results were an interesting mix. Overall, we found that adaptation was a priority in nearly half the MDB strategies, and there were not major differences across the MDBs, the 3 MDBs. So adaptation has been mainstreamed as a top-line priority for many vulnerable countries, which is noteworthy because many of these countries are among the poorest and therefore have many other challenges. The focus is stronger the more vulnerable the country, and the adaptation focus is growing over time. The largest share of MDB activities in the adaptation sphere are in infrastructure and in agriculture, and that highlights the interdependence between investments for adaptation and investments for development. But one finding raised some significant concerns. When we looked at the share of adaptation in results indicators, that is how success is measured in the strategy, we found quite low percentages. It's not clear why adaptation plays a smaller role in results measurement than in overall strategy priorities. We know to date that it's been difficult to measure adaptation outputs and outcomes. So the joint MDB announcement of last week of a common approach to measuring climate adaptation results is a very welcome development, especially because the lack of standardized metrics, we know, also constrains growth of private sector interest in sustainable development investments as an asset class. So, and then let me just turn to the second question: what can we say about MDB engagement with private investors and financial institutions? By their own reporting, MDBs directly and indirectly mobilized $29 billion in private climate finance in 2023 for developing countries. Unfortunately, that figure is not broken down between adaptation and mitigation, but regardless, no one would argue that MDBs are playing the catalytic role that they need to play. Much has been said and written on the question of how MDBs can mobilize more private finance, including for climate. I've been spending a lot of time on that in the last year and a half. So, but I can summarize for you some bottom line conclusions. There are essentially 5 broad areas where the MDBs need to change their approach: putting private finance mobilization at the center of their institutional strategies rather than just their own finance volume, bringing their policy and institutional reform tools together more effectively with their risk-sharing tools, taking a portfolio approach to private finance mobilization rather than only a transaction-by-transaction approach, changing their instrument mix to target key gaps in capital markets, and finally using the power of their own data to help fill private investor information gaps. We're beginning to see some institutions, notably IDB Invest, launch new strategies that measure success in terms of mobilization and set mobilization targets, but others have not shifted their strategy in that direction. MDBs have long struggled with silos between their public sector-facing tools and their private sector-facing arms, and the costs of these silos are high. It can limit impact to the individual transaction rather than to building and shaping capital markets. As we've seen for the example of the IDA private sector window, billions of dollars of subsidies don't necessarily overcome that problem. There's no substitute for whole-of-bank approaches. We've also seen that individual blended finance transactions are hard to scale and don't necessarily produce change at the market level. Especially at this time of stretched donor resources, it's important to set a high bar for subsidies, especially to the private sector, and deploy them intentionally to target lasting market building impact. And we've seen that the instruments that dominate MDB transactions, especially senior loans in hard currency, aren't well suited to the key gaps in capital markets. MDBs and public development banks more generally need to shift their product mix toward equity, including early stage equity for innovation, guarantees, subordinated debt, and local currency finance. That means more risk, and management and shareholders need to find a way to manage that risk. Progress is slowly improving, finally, on publishing data at the project level on mobilization, on impact, and on credit performance. But we're a long way from reaping the potential gains of closing information gaps surrounding private investment opportunities. I've spoken today mostly about multilateral development banks, but much of what I've said applies more broadly to public development banks. Especially in this era, much is expected of institutions that deploy public funds. We judge their success not just by their own transactions, but by how their work influences the behavior of private actors in capital markets. I think this reality is sinking in and driving change in MDBs, including a greater willingness to work together to meet this high bar. And I look forward to hearing today some interesting examples of partnerships that bring together different instruments and different actors for building market impact. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Nancy. And I think one of the main discussions that like the research community around financing common has, it's always, of course, the MDBs have done a lot of the frontier work trying to do the Paris alignment process, developing those frameworks. And of course, as you were mentioning, there's still stuff to do. But then the challenge is how do we bring the rest 500 plus banks that are smaller, that don't have those capacities. And so how can those first movers green and help transfer all of that know-how of Paris alignment? So with that, let me move to Nicole Pinco, who is a manager at CPI, who will talk about a little bit about the enhancement of the cooperation of the multilateral development banks and the national development banks, which has actually become quite a prominent topic also in the context of the G20 this year under Brazil. So Nicole, with that, over to you.
Excellent, thank you so much. And just to check, are my slides on the screen at the venue?
Yes, let me just click through. Yeah, there we are.
So hello everyone, I'm Nicole Pinco from Climate Policy Initiative. We're an analysis and advisory organization that focuses on climate financial flows. So one of the things that we've been really looking at, in part with E3G and Laura's team, is the cooperation between multilateral developments and national development banks, and kind of the different engagement structures and activities that these banks take on. And some of those that we've really found have been the idea of technical assistance and capacity building, the need for convening these multi-institutional networks, much like the mainstreaming initiative, and the financing partnerships that we're able to find between on-lending and co-financing relationships that really involve both MDBs and NDBs. So if you go to that first slide, please, Laura. One of the operations that we actually undertook was we were able to scrape publicly available data from the MDBs that are part of that joint reporting initiative and examine where their financial flows were going to national development banks in emerging markets and developing economies for those on-lending and technical assistance transactions. So what we actually found was that between 2015 and 2022, only about $7 billion in on-lending and technical assistance was coming from multilateral development banks and making its way through the national development banks. And if you go to the next slide, please. We really consider this to be a bit of a missed opportunity, in part because national development banks and national DFIs are the single largest provider of climate finance. And they're not just the largest provider of climate finance overall as a single actor type, but also the largest bucket that goes to both mitigation and adaptation right now. So really, this is a really untapped resource. And the idea of increasing MDB to NDB climate finance flows is a really interesting way to increase on-ground lending within the national context and addressing national priorities. I know Nancy mentioned, sort of country platforms and this larger idea of a more national focused activities and national focused priorities. and looking at national DFIs as a real keystone in that work and a real pillar of those types of platforms moving forward. Next slide, please. One of the things we've also really looked into is the idea of the benefits in this cooperation relationship between multilateral development banks and national development banks. And each of them are really bringing their own types and subset and strengths to the table for these on-lending arrangements. So MDBs have so much experience when it comes to capacity building and technical assistance. They have a huge amount of knowledge that they can share with national development banks, much like Laura was saying, ways that that information can trickle down from the big multilateral development banks that are quite experienced on climate finance and have, their own taxonomies and their own mainstreaming efforts, and ways that that information can make its way to some of those smaller public development banks as well. They're also coming to these financial transactions with a really strong balance sheet and the ways in which that improves the idea of private financial mobilization and domestic mobilization as well. From national development banks, we're really able to see that they're able to act as a local intermediary in a really novel and unique way, in that they are able to increase the mobilization of private financing on a local and domestic level, and also deploy capital in local currency and really kind of focus on those climate projects that have that domestic impact that we're looking for. They also have a really deep understanding of the political landscape and barriers to investment that are being faced by domestic actors and domestic projects. They have access to those local stakeholders and those local decision makers. And they have this both at the national and the subnational level, where subnational development banks also able to play a really key role in this financing. And that kind of speaks to their sort of the ways in which they collaborate, that they have a really sort of shared understanding and shared viewpoint in their long-term goals. This is included in this idea of innovation, what innovation means for public development banks, and the idea of really taking sort of proven instruments and using them in novel ways. It also has to deal with the fact that they exist to really kind of help and support that risk mitigation for those private sectors and really support that market development that Nancy was discussing. We also see that they're able to provide a lot of longer-term finance. Their tenors are more naturally aligned when it comes to financial and sort of on-lending arrangements. And then also, they're coming to these financial transactions with a lower return expectations because they do have that development mandate. Next slide, please. So you should be on the recommendations for enhancing MDB to NDB cooperation slide. And really kind of in this evaluation that we undertook with E3G last year, we found that there were 3 key areas that we really felt were ripe for opportunities within this collaboration environment. The first is that MDBs have a real opportunity to pilot vehicles to deliver climate finance through national development banks. This could either be through on-lending and consortia building to really kind of ways that we can look at the scale and durability and effectiveness of that collaboration. We also found that the mandates for climate action really need to be clarified for both multilateral development banks, but especially for these national development banks and sort of subnational development banks, and ways in which those mandates and how climate fits into them can be leveraged as that framework for collaboration and development. So really kind of trying to look at how this fits in with the bank's own priorities and how those banks' priorities fit within that national context. And then lastly, we really found that international institutional capacity and expertise should be shared between those MDBs and NDBs. And actually, one of the things that we're finding in some current research that we're undertaking is that leveraging existing platforms like, say, Financing Common or the Mainstreaming Initiative or the IDFC, they're actually really key for identifying where climate ambition is taking place, not just in these MDBs or in these larger public development banks, but really across the system, and that it's one of the best ways for some of the smaller public development banks to start making real concrete progress on climate. And so we've really found that, when it comes to this mainstreaming aspect, when it comes to scaling financial structures and filling data gaps, there's a really opportunity for that information to be shared within different actor types within that public sector. So moving on to the next slide, and kind of going back to some of the comments earlier, we've really found that there's a huge opportunity to take this relationship forward when it comes to adaptation. So we've also been looking, within this sort of scraping activity that we did, where were there adaptation-focused activities? And we found that of that $7 billion in MDB to NDB climate finance transactions, less than 5% were actually tagged as relating to adaptation benefits. And again, this does not, actually mean that it went to adaptation benefits. This is just relying on that publicly available tagging information. And so we're really finding that, when it comes to those shared understanding aspects, that lower risk return, lower returns profile, and that need for really focusing on development mandates, it seems like adaptation is a natural fit within that aspect. So ways in which we can really look to build up an adaptation understanding between the two. And for instance, we looked at a case study between the Islamic Development Bank and the Development Investment Bank of Turkey to really do some earthquake recovery and agricultural support. And we found that that development mandate really worked well with that adaptation focus, building in resilient infrastructure, building in resilient agricultural systems, and really trying to kind of look across this idea of the development and adaptation as co-benefits, or not even co-benefits, but as very much affecting the same aspects and having the same driving force behind them. So if you go to the next slide, we really do have some very specific recommendations when it comes to this adaptation aspect as well that have come from this much larger paper. And the first is that, there's an opportunity to develop these complementary taxonomies. One of the things that we really found when it comes to the adaptation cooperation is that we're lacking a shared understanding of what adaptation finance is and how it can be measured between MDBs who have that very complicated and very robust taxonomy and some of the national development banks, which are still kind of wrapping their head around what adaptation finance means and how it can be incorporated within their own systems. We also do see a really strong opportunity to leverage those country platforms that people are talking about at the moment, ways to kind of build out this idea of a national priority system to kind of support this idea of those, not necessarily projects with clear return profiles, but do have a clear adaptation benefit to them. We also are looking at the idea of having these like sub-regional development banks, so things like the West African Development Bank or even the Development Bank of Southern Africa, work as a little bit of an adaptation hub, ways that they can look across at impacts that are going across their particular region and kind of helping disperse and aggregate different funding across that system as well. And then for the last two, the need to strengthen capacity building and knowledge sharing. I think this is pretty much a common recommendation that comes across, but we really are finding that data that could be really useful, that sort of shared understanding, isn't making its way all the way through from the multilateral development banks to every national development bank. There's certainly a handful that really do have strong relationships with the multilateral development banks, and it works very well for them. But we're definitely finding that there are some banks that are not involved in those conversations and looking at ways that they can, start to join some of those conversations in a little bit more robust manner. And then lastly is looking at those concessional and blended finance structures. So, where can they really think about de-risking adaptations to bring in that private sector that Nancy was talking about and really look at the ways to build out that domestic market in order to have the breadth and the width that it needs to, overcome some of the climate shocks and the macroeconomic shocks that we're facing at the moment. So within that kind of larger collaboration activities, I think we do see activities like the mainstreaming initiative playing a really key role, not just when it comes to adaptation finance and that adaptation relationship, but much more broadly across everything. And I'll end on the next slide just to say that, one of the things that we do really think is that this public-to-public aspect, ways in which public development banks can share both information and knowledge is going to be really critical going forward. And we are really excited to work with organizations like Financing Common and others to kind of build out that knowledge sharing and that best practices sharing to kind of see where different public development banks can learn from each other and take different financial instrument ideas and learn to pilot them themselves. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And I think we already see like a connecting thread between what Nancy was sharing about why we need to go definitely beyond tagging. And I think specifically for the adaptation point that Nancy was also raising, we know that adaptation is very context dependent. So what is the role that like the NDBs, National Development Banks, can play, And it was super helpful to see that little Venn diagram with like their role in originating and essentially how we can make sure that every single stakeholder in the financing ecosystem, in the public development bank ecosystem, can create and add value based on their strengths. So thank you so much for that. I want to move now to Attica, who is the Deputy Head of the Climate and Biodiversity Division of the French Development Agency, who's going to share with us a little bit about AFD's pro-climate approach and share with us those lessons learned. So, Attica, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to I4C for organizing this event. I think it's really timely, as the other panelists said, and it's a question that is continuously improving through our practices, and that's what I will present today, how we moved from the typical project finance to pro-climate projects to up to transition plan support. But maybe I wanted to mention that actually AFD is now finalizing its new climate and nature strategy. And one of the aspects that is at the core of this new strategy is the ambition to support more the transformation of actors. Not only financial institutions, but also electric utilities or corporates. And the idea behind that is that if we want to be at the level of the challenges of climate and biodiversity, we need to look for structural changes, for systemic changes. And the typical project approach, which is needed because investments are needed in our countries and partners, but we need to go beyond that. We need to have an impact on whole sectors or on the whole society. So that being said, I wanted also to mention that it is in the core of our financial system strategy that will be updated at some point soon to look at all the actors of the financial systems. So the financial institutions, on which I will focus my presentation afterwards, but also the regulators and the central banks, to give the right incentives to the whole financial system, being public or private, to go in the direction of sustainable finance. And we have a few examples of technical assistance we are providing, and I can, for instance, mention that we are working with the regulators in the Caribbean area to try for them to better integrate climate risks within their operations. So to talk more about financial institutions, what we have been doing in the past is project finance with a sectoral focus or a thematic focus, being like climate finance, being adaptation finance, being whatever, renewable energy efficiency. And also with technical assistance to know better our counterpart. But then we have realized that we wanted also to support our partners in their journey to Paris alignment. So, and it was also something that we saw through the dialogue with our partners, but also through the due diligence process. Because as part of our due diligence, on top of assessing the project we're going to finance, of course, like every financial institutions, we are assessing the strategy of the counterpart, but also its own exposure to climate risks, being physical or transition risks. And it's part of our procedure to do so in the due diligence process, but and also to update it every year. So looking at that, we were like, maybe we need to go beyond and to support them in their whole strategy, based on the fact of what we have done with countries also. Under development policy loans, where we have supported policy reforms. And I think other IFIs have done the same, and that's why it's going to be interesting to hear from also our respective experience in that regard. The first example is Afrexim Bank, so a public development bank that is covering the whole African continent, and that I was actually in charge of this appraisal, so in my former position. So I really like to talk about that example. So Afrexim Bank, so it's a development bank in charge of improving intra-trade development on the African continent, and it is also the bank that answered to the needs, to all the urgent needs of the African continent. Every time there was there has been a crisis, COVID, increase of problem of food security, Afrexim Bank has been here for the continent. So we wanted, it was a really important partner for us, and they are a strategic partner for the African Union. So it was really important for us to have a strategic partnership with them. Working with them, what we have done and how we have structured our support is that we wanted to work on 4 pillars. The first one is the strategy. So we helped also elaborating a strategy for Afrexim Bank and a vision on climate, which translated into also commitments in terms of exclusion lists, in terms of improving environmental and social safeguards. But we also worked with them on governance to have a dedicated team and of experts that could work on their transformation. The 2 other aspects are monitoring indicators. So that's one of the aspects. It's really important also to have KPIs for the banks to have the right incentives internally to go through this due diligence process. And lately, and it's something that I will insist on is the climate risk assessment. We are talking to financial institutions, so it's really important that we encourage as much as possible a transparency on their climate risk assessment, being physical risk or transition risk. So, and we have provided, aside from this, the definition together of triggers and ambitions that are both ambitious but also realistic for counterpart, we have provided a technical assistance to support in the elaboration of all these triggers. That started actually before the providing the loans, and what we have seen is how much, you know, to tell you something, I think that will be a lesson learned on that. After 2 years of implementation, we talked with the president of Afreximbank, and the first reaction on that program was, you know what? First time that AFD came to me talking about climate, I was like laughing and thinking they don't understand what is going on and what are the priorities on the African continent and on trade. And now I believe that maybe you were right. There is some opportunities on one side, but there is also some risk that we need to tackle as a financial institution. So at least the policy dialogue, I mean, of course, there's the ambitious triggers, but all the dialogue that is undertaken into the preparation of this kind of program, but also on the follow-up, is actually helping the transformation of the actors. So I cannot stress enough how much this dialogue and this co-construction is as much necessary as achieving the triggers. We have since then other examples, and I only want to mention another one, which is the one with CAF, because when we worked with CAF, we work not only on climate, but also on biodiversity and gender, but with the same rationale. We know each other, we have a strong partnership since, with CAF it was 15 years of partnership. And we thought that we could go beyond and bring up project approaches and work together. But with CAF, we have not only integrated climate, we have also worked with them on biodiversity because it's always a topic of joint interest, and also gender. We have also stressed the importance for CAF to release TCFD reports, to release, to be full transparency on their climate risks assessment. Again, I cannot stress enough how much it is important for an financial institution to have an idea on the exposure to the climate risks. Of course, we have other examples like in Rwanda, and this one I will only mention quickly because it's the latest IDFC member, so really happy to have worked with them on a matrix, focusing on their transformation and their Paris Agreement alignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Atika. And I think it's super interesting to hear everything that's required to accompany a client in this case, right? On the one hand, you were mentioning incentives. At the same time, you need to create safeguards, right? So that climate risk assessment to make sure that like there's no that they are not doing, or that the operations are not being detrimental to the extent that it's possible. But of course, it's always a tricky balance when you're in developing regions, right? So I think it's important to kind of have that dual approach and also have the technical assistance which enables that accompanying process. So that was a really interesting, let's say, diving into the different case studies. Now I would like to jump to another practitioner, Nancy Saesh, who is the Chief Climate Change Expert at the European Investment Bank, who is going to share with us a little bit on the EIB's approach on financial intermediation. So over to you, Nancy.
So thank you very much. It's nice to be back at the IDFC Pavilion, both as EIB and as an MDB. I should have done a bit more homework on the various things that we do report in the MDB Climate Finance Report, since I chair that group. To answer the first speaker's points, we do report the co-finance figures separately between mitigation and adaptation. I don't think there was a specific intention not to break it down when we talk about the private, direct and indirect mobilization. I think that over the years, as things have been added, sometimes other tables have been shortened, and maybe that's something we can look at. There's no great secret about it. It's just a question of how many tables you try to put into the report. So you have the overall co-finance split, but it's true, you cannot see the private finance mobilization. So EIB, well, as the EU bank, climate bank, we have two very important things that we committed to in 2019. One was a new target, which up till then had been 25% climate action, 35% in developing countries. And it was changed to be exceed 50% of our annual finance for green financing. And this was a very deliberate change. And this applies to our intermediated financing equally well. It's a target across the board. We decided to move from climate finance, mitigation and adaptation, to green finance, meaning bringing in the other 4 objectives from the EU taxonomy: net biodiversity and nature, circular economy, depollution and water, for 2 reasons. One, as the EU bank, we wanted to be starting as a leader to support the sustainable finance agenda in the EU, so we wanted to be supporting the taxonomy and the sustainable finance disclosures. But secondly, very importantly, we as a climate bank were clear that the climate agenda goes hand in hand with the biodiversity agenda, with water and depollution and circularity. You cannot fully separate them, and we won't be able to fix climate issues if we are not looking also at these other areas. And I think that's obviously been reinforced since we decided that. It's been reinforced by the Global Biodiversity Framework and the latest decisions in Cali just before this COP. So we have that target, but we do still obviously track and count our climate finance within that green finance. And then, as was mentioned, and if you don't know that, I'm happy to tell you how to find it. The MDBs publish their climate finance report annually with a lot of breakdowns between mitigation and adaptation, different kinds of financial instruments, public co-finance, private finance mobilized. We do reporting by all countries of operation, and we split the data by high, middle and low income. For the last couple of years, we've also done a section specifically on LDCs and SIDS, because that was a very specific request. We did a survey of users of the report, and that was one of the pieces of feedback, that there should be more information about least developed countries and small island developing states. So we do that. And we provide that data. Obviously, there's not at the moment any qualitative angle, although you could say that the mobilization is a type of qualitative angle. But we have also, as was also mentioned, we've just published in April our strategic approach to measuring climate results, and we have engaged with AFD and IDFC, and we look forward to doing more on that. And we've just published our initial list of common indicators. It's really a starting point. I think there's a lot more to be done, and I do think that it's important that we do this together with other groups. No point really in us all going off into our own silos and having a huddle on metrics and then coming out and find that we're all going in different directions. I think whatever comes out of the NCQG discussions, and to whatever extent the quality or results or impacts aspects is brought into that goal. Nevertheless, anyway, the MDBs feel that this is a very important thing that they need to be doing in addition to reporting volume. And I think that that can be heard in other discussions we've had with IDFC, but also the 4 climate and environment funds are working on common metrics and so on. So it's very much, I think, an emerging area. Coming to the specific question of the day, which is intermediated finance, I think there's 2 aspects which are quite important. One is climate finance through intermediated finance, and the other is Paris alignment of finance through intermediated finance. So for climate finance, we have this set of definitions which are harmonized with IDFC. I take the point from CPI that maybe in the wider world of FICs and national promotional banks, there might be a wider set of definitions. I think that probably the MDBs and IDFC would see it as part of their role whenever they're working with intermediaries to try and help roll out a robust set of definitions, which would normally be the common principles, what we normally use. Now, that's climate finance, but when you come to do it through intermediated financing, you sometimes need a more simplified explanation, depending on the type of intermediated finance. And for example, for us, we have created something called a green checker, which is an online e-tool, which actually won an award, actually. We were quite proud of that, for our intermediary banks to be able to very simply and easily understand the climate finance, and also to be able to discuss it with their clients, whether those clients are SMEs, whether they are small municipalities or other intermediated beneficiaries. So having a kind of coherent, robust, consistent set of definitions, but then translated in an easy way, usually with e-tools, I think is absolutely essential for working with intermediaries, including in developing countries. There's no difference really from working in the EU or working in developing countries. The banks need a simple system. They need to understand what it is that they might be able to count as climate finance, what to engage with their client base on, and then how to report back to the MDB or whoever is providing the finance. But if we come to Paris alignment, it's a little bit different, because Paris alignment, there's two aspects. One is supporting the intermediary on their Paris alignment journey. That's very important. We have something called PATH, which is capital letters and doesn't actually stand for anything, or you can try and imagine what PATH stands for, but it just means pathways. And that is for corporates and for financial intermediaries, so it could be banks, fund managers, other intermediaries. We do ask them all, up till now, we've been asking them to do TCFD reporting and to make that public. That was where we started. We're now looking to see what it is that we might take forward in the next round of PATH. But what is super important is the technical assistance that goes with that. Because although it might be fairly easy for some large intermediary banks or those in developed countries maybe to do that TCFD reporting, perhaps they were doing it anyway, it is certainly not an easy ask for smaller banks, whether they are public or private banks in developing countries. And so we have technical assistance which we offer for that. And then the last thing is that we have provided a list which is public to our intermediaries of activities that we do not finance as Paris aligned in our intermediated finance. And again, that has to be a very simplified approach. The last thing I would perhaps mention is the remaining big challenge is mainstreaming the adaptation and resilience goal aspect of Paris alignment through financial intermediation. Because you cannot do climate risk and vulnerability assessments on every small project, and neither can the intermediary bank. So how do you try to drive that forward? It's incredibly important. Those SMEs and smaller beneficiaries are likely to be vulnerable to climate change impacts. So how do we change the discussion as to how we help drive that forward and make it a positive agenda rather than a sort of exclusion agenda and a risk agenda? So really more how do we make it into a proactive and opportunity-based agenda for adaptation?
Thank you so much, Nancy. And I think it's remarkable that everybody just keeps bringing similar topics, but the adaptation topic, it really, really is shining through. Let's jump right into our next speaker, who is Siloshini Naidu, head of ESG at the Development Bank of South Africa, who's also going to share a little bit of the perspective of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, like their experience in financial intermediation of MDB. So like the other side of the coin of what Nancy was sharing with us. So over to you, Siloshini.
Thank you. I think I'm not going to repeat what some of my colleagues have already said, because I think we are talking the same issues here. So I just want to go back to just reiterating what the DBSA's kind of process is when they deal with intermediation. We really, and this is where some of our challenges, but also our lessons came from. and I'm going to talk a little bit about the transition finance side of it as well, just basically because of the emerging context and market we work in. Right, so the finance, we consider two different aspects. The finance is when the finance is being used as general capital raising activities for the bank, where the proceeds are not ring-fenced to certain underlying projects, in which case we would look at counterparty level risk. We then also look at the finance being used on a ring-fence basis. So basically, you're directed, where you've directed it to specific projects, in which case we would look at both use of proceeds and also then the counterparty risk. When we deal generally with counterparty risks that are not associated with being a financial intermediary of other MDBs, they are subject to our safeguards, do no harm principles, and local legislation. So ultimately, when we deal with counterparty risk on the loan book and through lends to other banks, should the use of proceeds be non-Paris aligned, we follow a certain routing or decision pathway, right, which talks to the counterparty's transition pathway. Okay, and this is where we're starting to look at more transition finance, adaptation finance opportunities, right? So importantly, a lot of our assessments consider that most of the counterparties, they're broadly exposed to the economic activities and the circumstances of the countries in which they operate in. And at that time of the investment decision, there may be a lot of uncertainty or limited information on the attributes of the assets or activities to be financed from the DBSA financial flow, right? So from a transition perspective, we really need to consider the counterparties are at varying levels of readiness and capabilities, and it may be subject to regulations that may affect their approach to Paris alignment. So here we look at various elements from country level indices, etc. At the moment, our transition guidance approach for our clients heavily references the CPI framework as well as the guiding principles of ambition, action, and accountability built within the Transition Plan Task Force Disclosure Framework, which has really become, by default, a guidance note we started to learn through discussing and having challenges on not being clear on transition finance and the frameworks upon which our clients, our borrowers all need to respond to. So the bank also recognizes that shortened tenors hold a different risk profile to longer-term project finance lock-ins, and that's weighed in heavily on how we approach our decision. Rigorous verification and assurance would be required year on year on the credibility behind our counterparties' transition plans, right? So for longer structured deals, that would be the case. We continue to seek guidance on a just scientific approach through the Science-Based Targets Initiative, the IPCC, the IEA, when we do make a final decision. For transactions that are Paris-aligned in nature, we follow a fairly straightforward DBSA safeguard approach prior to any decision to proceed pathway, since we've learned that even mitigation projects may hold some negative trade-offs for the biophysical environment from a do no harm perspective. And I think that was one of the points that were just made. You can't do one, and even if Paris-aligned activities are seen as good and our counterparties are dealing with these green good assets, you can also have some very negative nature-related impacts. So it's not always as straightforward to just simply tick a box, So Paris alignment and non-Paris aligned activities really needs to be on a considered, well-balanced basis. I just want to mention as well the approach that we take on for instance, municipal entities in our space. And I think I had a long discussion with a colleague on another panel yesterday on this point. Municipal entities are highly complex structures, and so they don't have the capabilities to transition. They are struggling on the mitigation side, in fact. So what we've also started to do is take a much more holistic kind of approach to those entities, incorporate our safeguards, and we calling it a sustainability appraisal framework approach, where you're actually looking at your economic, environmental, your social, as well as your institutional effectiveness as an overlay. Because in order for you to try to leverage opportunities, you have to understand, the governance institutional side of the entity. So as much as we would want certain things out of these entities, we've got to be able to provide the capacity, technical support, and most importantly, give these entities time to transition, because they're not going to do it overnight. So I think those are some of the lessons we learned on our side, that it's certainly not a tick box approach when it comes to transition adaptation finance. Thank you.
Siloshini, thank you so much for that. And I think this is super relevant, especially because many of us are coming from Cali, in Colombia, my native country, where we discussed precisely this at COP16. So, and it's important to note that, as you were saying, just because there is a positive impact maybe on the mitigation side, that might have a detrimental impact in terms of like the energy mitigation side. It might have a detrimental impact at the ecosystem level. So great to hear that you're also implementing this very looking forward approach. Let's move on to our next speaker. I would like to give the floor to Michelle Dickman, who is the Director of Sector Policy at KfW. And Michelle will share with us a little bit about her experience and the KfW support approaches for Paris alignment of financial intermediaries. So over to you, Michelle.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the invitation to this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. We as KfW Development Bank are one of the most important instruments that the German government has for fulfilling the German climate finance goals. And in the last years, we have actually gone through a climate mainstreaming process for our whole portfolio, where we in detail analyze all climate risk issues and necessary risk mitigation measures that need to be addressed. This is an element that we feel is very relevant, or elements that are very relevant for our partner financial institutions. So I would like to share with you today a very concrete example of an approach where we want to support partner financial intermediaries in getting themselves ready for Paris alignment. And this approach is something where we are planning to focus on a target group of national and regional development banks, but also commercial financial institutions and also actors like impact fund managers. It is envisioned to provide funds amounting to approximately 20 million euros, which we want to make available through a special financing window, which is provided by the German Foreign Office. And the idea is to have a time frame of approximately 5 years, kick-starting in the second half of next year, with a focus on Africa, Eastern Europe, and Asia. And what we're currently estimating is an amount of around 400 to 800,000 euros per institution in order to implement this concept. The idea is to have basically two components. The first component being technical assistance for the partner financial institutions. And the focus here is on really having tailor-made technical assistance, so individually adapting the support to what the institutions need and where the institutions are standing. And then we see a second component, which we feel feel is very important is by providing financial incentives in order to already be able to undertake investments in corporate transition finance or in sustainability-linked loans, or other elements could also be climate bonds. Just to give a few examples or ideas of where the TA support can go into. So it can be at a very high level of strategy and objectives, supporting the institutions in formulating these. It can be supporting portfolio decarbonization strategies, but it could also be E&S policy integration into the regulatory frameworks of the institutions, just to get them fit for Paris. And as we have mentioned today, a very important element, I think actually everybody mentioned it, is working together, sort of bundling our experience, bundling our partnerships, moving in the same direction. So we feel this is essential also in this approach. And we would like to use, of course, the IDFC framework when we kickstart this to partner up with many institutions and see how we can work together. What is the intention of this support that we want to provide? Firstly, we're intending to increase, of course, the climate finance portfolio of our partner financial institutions. We want to, of course, align or increase the aligned part of the portfolio of our countries, and we want to support them in integrating realistic and quantifiable climate targets in their overall institutional strategies. And one element which was also mentioned, which we feel essential, is incorporating the mobilization of private funds into this whole framework. So yes, we're looking forward to when we kickstart this, we will get in contact with our partners here in IDFC to see where we can work together, where we can touch base, and where we can take this forward together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And I think it's incredible to hear everything that everybody's doing in their own ecosystem. We have bilateral banks here. We have MDBs. We have regional MDBs. We have, I mean, of course, part of the audience, national development banks. And I think at the end, it's about what you said. It's about that collaboration. We're also going to have Finance in Common happening in February on the sidelines of G20. Here we have our hosts represented in the panel, and it will be a great opportunity to talk and to discuss about all of these experiences that, as Nancy was saying, it's important to not work in silos. It's important to streamline processes for those clients that don't have the capacities, that cannot report across the board, that cannot and don't have the know-how, and they honestly also don't have the time, right? So, and I think that very much goes hand in hand with the country platform agenda, which is also becoming quite big, right? So how that collaboration can help the materialization of those country-led, country-driven processes, which is also something that everybody mentioned, no? Like how can we make sure that we can take into consideration the different context of each different bank and their countries, right? And that very much goes hand in hand with the just transition element of it. So with that, I wanted to give the word to Claire Chalier from I4C, but unfortunately she had to run off. I want to thank all the panelists on behalf of I4CE and the mainstreaming climate in financial institutions we have online. I think Claire already left, but also Sarah Vendahu. I am just stepping in to moderate, but I'm a huge supporter of this work, but all the credit goes to them. And of course to Nancy, thank you so much for your remarks, Nicole. And I also just realized that this is the first panel that I've been at COP, which is only women, incredible women all around. So I want to celebrate that because that doesn't always happen. So I think the Mainstreaming Climate in Financial Institutions Initiative Secretariat, they will follow up with some takeaways. And I look forward to continuing these conversations, hopefully in South Africa with our host, DVSA. Thank you so much.